Good morning to all of you. Thank you very much for being back and on time to the third day of the IESBA board meeting in Lisbon. Of course, I also want to greet those attending virtually, and especially Janine Van Diegelen from PIOB. She had to go back, and Janine will be attending virtually today and tomorrow. We can't see her, but I'm sure that Janine is online. And I wanted to greet her. There she is. Hello, Janine.
Hello. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. So here we are, and the discussion this morning, it's another important discussion starting with the 2028-31 strategy and work plan. This seems a bit distant from here, mostly at times when the world is changing so rapidly and we can almost not anticipate what is going to happen tomorrow. So it's going to be a very difficult exercise for the two boards to anticipate the trends, the drivers that will shape our strategy and work plan for 28-31. Nevertheless, the two boards decided to start working now. The discussion that we will have today is a very, very preliminary discussion about the strategy and work plan. It's mostly about the process, but it also includes already some substance, and we expect the board members already to come with some ideas about these trends, the trends that may shape our strategy and work plan for 28-31. So, very quickly, and before I give the floor to Jeff and Sylvia to present, I'd like just to give you a few ideas of the discussion. You have seen the paper, I'm sure. The objective of this conversation today is mostly about three different topics. First, the idea and the plan to develop a joint survey to start the work for the strategy and work plan of the two boards. This is the first time, it had never been done before, but given the most recent developments in terms of coordination, articulation, collaboration between the two boards, some requests from stakeholders to avoid as possible duplications of efforts, extra burden, and etc. And the fact that the trends, some of them, the external trends and the external drivers, some of them may be common to both boards. We are planning, and this is the first thing that we are asking the board to discuss, we are planning to do a joint survey to kick off this work. This does not mean that the idea is that then we will have our own consultation papers, each of the boards, because the remit of the two boards is different, the scope is different, the matters are different. So it would be a little bit artificial probably to have a joint consultation paper, and so the plan is to do it separately, but start with a joint survey. And the joint survey serves some purposes and some objectives. As I said, reduce burden for stakeholders, and it's an important thing because there is some stakeholder fatigue in responding to consultations and etc. So if we are asking them twice to respond to surveys which would have common things in there, it would be not effective and appropriate. So this is one of the reasons. Avoid duplications and inconsistencies, and allow stakeholders to address the matters raised both from the audit and ethics perspective when necessary in an integrated manner. So this is more effective for everyone, for us, for stakeholders, and for the result. At least that's how we have seen it. Jeff will tell you about the discussion at IESBA. They already had discussion, I think, yesterday or 2 days ago, so there is already some feedback, but this is how we are planning to do it. So this is the first topic that this board will be asked to discuss. The second one is the process, how to do it, and there are some ideas in this paper about how we can develop this plan. And the third one is the idea of developing and presenting a joint value proposition for the two boards. Let me tell you just a little bit why and where this comes from. Of course, it comes from many reflections, but in the last meeting of the Stakeholder Advisory Committee Council, there were discussions about how these two boards could better convey, communicate their value proposition to stakeholders in general. There is an identified problem of difficulty of getting out with how important what we do is for capital markets, for citizens, for investors, for everyone. And this, at least under the Stakeholder Advisory Council perspective, might be better achieved if we were to develop a joint value proposition. It would have more force. Of course, there will be nuances for the two boards, and nothing is decided at this point in time. We are discussing with the boards the possibility and not a concrete value proposition. So these are the three areas where we would like to seek your input and your views. The papers asked the board members to share what they think are the three main trends influencing our future strategy and work plan. Of course, you will say whatever you can and want to say about this, but we expect already some ideas to come to the table, and I would not be surprised if there was some consistency around some trends. There is something about the trends already in this paper. It's very high level. We decided not to go further because it requires further research, reflection, etc., but just to give some incentive to the board members to think about it. So I'll stop here. This is an important discussion. Of course, probably we'll say, well, probably not many of us will be there when this starts, but this puts even more responsibility on us because it's the legacy of work and reflection that we will leave for the next board members and for the next chair and etc. So we have time. We are starting very early. This poses some challenges and some traps because definitely it would be, to my view, a mistake to define at this point in time in a very rigid manner what the next strategy and work plan will be and what the trends are. But we need to start making an effort and a very professional and senior work in trying to identify these main trends. So, Jeff, Sylvia, thank you very much for the work. One more thing, sorry. We decided to create a joint working group between the two boards to have some discussions around this. This working group is formed by Tom Seidenstein and myself, the chairs of the two boards, the vice chairs of the two boards, so China and Josephine on IESB side, and on our side, Christelle, as I had mentioned at the start, and Edo from IESB. So this is the small working group at the board level. We had already 2 meetings, and we'll have, I think, one more until the end of the year to follow up on these conversations that the two boards will have this week. So, Jeff, Sylvia, over to you, and thank you very much for the work you have been doing on this.
Thank you, Gabriela, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to this first session of day 3 on our strategies and work plan 2028 to 2031. And Sylvia and I will be presenting this morning. As Gabriela has mentioned, we not quite a technology working group update, but the SWP, so we'll just wait for the deck to come on. But as Gabriela has mentioned, this morning we want to get your feedback on essentially 2 parts. The first part is on the joint stakeholder survey, and want to get your thoughts on that and the approach that we are taking in terms of developing this survey. Then the second part, once we've got your feedback there, we will also get your feedback on those proposed components in this joint survey. And as Gabriela has mentioned, there are 3 main components that we want to explore with the board and get your feedback this morning. First one is the concept of a joint value proposition for the 2 boards. Second one is get your thoughts, comments on external trends that may be impacting our strategic decisions and our strategic focus, and then our work plans for 28 to 21. And the third one is we just have some thoughts about what we might include in terms of work plans in this proposed joint stakeholder survey. Gabriela has mentioned that there is a joint working group. Previously, some of you who were here for the current strategy and work plan, the way that we've done this to ensure there's coordination for this current work plan is that we did have joint planning committee meetings. But for the purposes, because we are proposing a joint stakeholder survey, so the two board chairs have established a joint working group, and Gabriela has mentioned to you that herself, of course, and Tom are the joint chairs of this working group, and on our side, Chana and Christelle, and staff, Ken, myself, and Sylvia. So it's very much, particularly this group was developed to support and move to develop the joint stakeholder survey as well, if the board agrees that this is the right approach, and to also analyze the results that we will get. Just to give you a little bit of background, and then I'll give you an update, a very brief update on the IESBA discussion on this topic that they had on Monday evening our time. So essentially, when you look at the development of our SWP, we have three key milestones or three key components. The first one is a survey, a stakeholder survey, which we've mentioned that this will be jointly done. The working group is proposing to be jointly done with IESB. Then the second key component or phase is the development of consultation papers. And as Gabriela has mentioned, this will be go back to two separate consultation papers. So while the survey we're proposing to be done jointly for a variety of reasons, the consultation papers will have separate ones, and then of course leading to the strategy and work plans, which will also be separate SWPs. Now, of course, whilst they are separate, there will be connectivity between the two boards' work plans and strategy. But we feel that because of the different remit, it's better if we have separate consultation papers and work plans. Also, just before we get into the main discussions and asking you the first part of the questions, whether you agree with the concept of having a joint a stakeholder survey, just want to give you a bit of an update on the IESBA discussions. So the IESBA members, they had the same sessions, same amount of time allocated, same topic, same PowerPoint, same paper. On their deliberations this last Monday, they were supportive of conducting a joint stakeholder survey. In terms of the other elements, the elements within the survey itself, and some of the elements that we want to explore with you today in this session, they were also supportive of the idea of developing a joint value proposition between the two boards. But they have asked the working group to develop a draft so they could make further comments on. They also agreed to include the draft of joint value proposition, or certainly core or draft core elements of that in the survey. In terms of the external trends, the second part that we want to explore with you about this survey, the IESB spent a bit of time discussing, certainly we've talked about this before, and Gabriela has mentioned also, it's very hard to certainly nail down what trends might be relevant in 3 to 5 years' time that will impact our work. And they also mentioned that whilst we can get input, and we should get input from our stakeholders as part of this joint survey, the two boards really need to continue on its own research jointly on the relevant trends, but use the information that we might get from the joint survey to inform our understanding. The IESB also agreed to include some high-level trends in the joint survey, but ask stakeholders what they think in terms of the main trends might be in 2028 to 31 that will be relevant to both boards' works. In terms of the work plan part of the joint survey, they were supportive of the working group's proposal of seeking feedback about the topics where both standard setting boards might have a role to play, and that these topics that should be addressed by both boards jointly. So that's a quick summary of the IESBA's discussions last Monday. So I'm going to turn to the first thing that we want to explore with you, as we have mentioned, is about this concept of a joint stakeholder survey. As part of our due process, each of the two boards may conduct a survey, and of course, as I mentioned, might have mentioned earlier, that when we develop this current SWP, and I think traditionally that's what we've done as well, is that we would conduct a survey, provide information for us to help us develop the next stage, the consultation paper. In terms of the rationale of this joint survey, and Gabriela has mentioned as well, it really speaks to the importance of coordination between the two boards and really allowing the two boards to respond to stakeholders, I guess, input that the two boards are responding to some of the issues in a cohesive way. And of course, there will be trends that will be relevant for both boards' consideration jointly. For instance, if we look at, let's say, technology is one of the trends that we think is relevant, it makes sense to perhaps at least at this initial stage to get some feedback from stakeholders so they can think more broadly, not just audit and not just ethics, but audit and assurance and ethics independence together. So the working group felt, of course, that it makes sense at this point to conduct a joint stakeholder survey. And as we've mentioned a number of times already, once we analyze the input and the feedback from the joint survey, the intention is that the two boards will then discuss their own consultation paper in the development of their own SWPs. So that leads us to the first question that we want to get some input from this board, is that whether you support the working group's proposal of developing a survey and also developing a joint survey. Also, these surveys will be conducted online and will be posted online, of course. And so we also would like to see if the board has any additional comment about undertaking the survey online. So with that, Gabriela, I'm going to pass that to you to moderate the discussions.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Yes, I'll now open the floor for board members to come with their comments. Mark, please.
Thank you. So the proposal to undertake the survey jointly to do it online is a no-brainer, absolutely, should be done. The one question I've got for the working group to think about is the approach of a survey to develop the strategy suggests that the outcome of the survey is always additive. So surveys are, what else would you like us to do, ... We've heard over recent months some challenge where people say there's too much in the code, it's too long, it's too difficult. So therefore, how do we also engage with our stakeholders in a way that says, what don't you need anymore, or what might you want less of? Subject to that, I think that the proposal is a good one.
Thank you, Mark. Interesting start. Amajit, please.
I completely agree with Mark's comments. The one additional point, while survey is a great idea, but at the same time, I think we'll have to keep the other approach of top-down as well. While bottoms-up is what you will get from the survey, but in terms of, sometimes these surveys may not give you a full picture because of the inherent problems with the process. It's not 100% accurate way of getting what you want. So I guess a combination of top-down, bottoms-up approach, how the top-down will be worked out, that we need to think through. Just one top-of-the-mind comment. Thanks.
So, Amajit, if I can read what you're saying, is that fine with the survey, but be careful because we may need to get the information also in other ways. Is that it?
Yeah, so maybe if I can just extend my thought process a little more, is that what I'm trying to say is survey, of course, yes, I support the idea of a survey, but survey should not be just very open-ended that you tell me what you would like us to do, which is fine, which is one essential part. But also at the board level, we'll have to evolve our thinking based on our experience and wisdom available, So in terms of what are the options we have, we be a little more forthcoming with our thoughts on the proposed strategy and seek comments on some specific ideas there. This is my sort of early thought. We need to evolve this further. Yeah.
Thank you, Amajit. Sure. Something that must be clear is that these discussions will be held by the board upon the information that we get and beyond the information that we get. So it's on us to do, on the board and staff, to do the research, the reflection, etc. And of course, the information that we will gather through the survey will help us to provoke, stimulate, etc. But it's not about just taking the information and taking it, as a given and without any kind of work. On the contrary. So, thank you for raising that. Christelle, please.
To go over the Mark's suggestion on what you feel is not useful anymore, because I would, in the same sort of a question, I would put the propositions for narrow scope amendments, because we do not have a process, and I think it's a problem. But I wonder if it's more of a consultation paper than a sort of initial survey, I feel. The initial survey is about, do you agree with the trends we propose? Do you see other major trends that we should consider in our strategic thinking? When we go to the consultation paper, then there is some more meat, and we can add questions like, what do you feel is not useful anymore? What would you propose as narrow scope amendments, which are not standard, but things that are inconsistent or problematic, or just do not confuse with the steps in the process for the strategic.
Absolutely, Christelle, I see your point. Definitely Mark's suggestion, I think we must keep it on the table for discussion. It's an elephant in the room, but the point in time where when we should make that question, we should discuss if it's now, or if we are going to make the question, if it's now or if it would be in a consultation paper, also because it's probably a very specific IESBA thing. But yeah, thank you. Sadia, please. Oh, it's Hector, sorry.
Chair, pretty much in line with what others have said. Two small points. Let's remember when we're conducting this survey, at the time we're doing it, and if we have done it 2 years ago, 1 year ago, we would probably get very different results. So the timing is important. And the second one, this is not us asking the stakeholders to give us a strategy, is to point us to concerns, to trends, to elements that we have to digest to come up with a strategy. And this is not a demand list. So the drafting of the survey is important in that sense, that we are asking for them to flag issues for us and not to write the strategy for the board.
May I ask you, Hector, to your first point, if we were to make these questions 2 years ago or 1 year ago, the responses would be different. Your point is that awareness raising or a heads up that things move very quickly and that the discussions that we will be having today may be different in 2 years' time or something. Was that it? Okay.
One part is that. The other one is that we are in a particular moment where many things that 2 years ago were given, now they are under scrutiny or are receding. Trends like deregulation and so we are in a particular moment in time, and we need to be aware of the context when we read these issues that will be flagged. This doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens in a political moment, in a social moment, and we need to be aware of that when analyzing the results.
Okay, thank you very much. Rich, please.
I do support doing it jointly, particularly for the value proposition considerations. I do think that there is some risk that the feedback received might be more valuable to the IEESB than to us, only because their focus affects every auditor in every country, and there's a natural tendency to want to respond to what directly impacts you day in and day out repeatedly, and I worry that we might not get as much. We could have to consider whether we got enough feedback with enough detail to understand the trends. But I thought about this when I was coming to the meeting, and I don't think that's a reason not to do it jointly, but there is some risk there that as they answer the questions, they kind of answer the audit first, and then there's a little fatigue, maybe, so to speak, in the answering. So thank you.
Thank you for raising that, Rich. I see your point, and it's important that we are aware that that risk may exist, also because the potential respondents are probably very different. And this is, again, to the point that the remit is different. We are a different animal, so to speak. Our audience is different. First, because for the IEESB, it's only auditors, so it's more consistent. It's more likely that they will receive more consistent and structured responses than we do, because our stakeholders are much more diverse. It's not only auditors, it's accountants, and accountants are a very broad, very, very broad. I don't know, we have been having these discussions, but they represent probably, China, help me, 70 to be...
Yeah, 70%.
To be on the safe side, 70% of the whole population of accountants and auditors. So it's a huge number, very diverse in terms of from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, in terms of sophistication, dimension, etc. And not only, and on top of that, ethics brings people of very different backgrounds to respond. So this is something that we need to be aware of. But this is not the end point. So the idea is that the board gives the staff, the project team, and the board direction for what's coming next. And your point is that maybe if I can read your words, we may need to put a little bit more meat in the survey to get the right information for us, right? Is that your point?
Yes, being careful with the wording to make sure we get the feedback we're looking for.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So on the trends, Rich, what's there? It's a very, as I said, very preliminary, initial group, set of thoughts. but the idea was exactly not to put forward at this point in time a list of possible trends and etc. For two reasons, because the perception is that we need to do more research and more work ourselves, and this responds to a few things that we have heard here from Hector, from Amajit, etc. It's on us to go and see. And secondly, because we wanted to hear the board members before. Instead of giving you a list and saying, do you agree or not, ask the board members to be more proactive and creative and to not be limited by a set of thoughts or things that this small group may have thought were the important ones. Okay, thank you. Rania, please.
So I'm in full support. Just a few thoughts, I guess. First of all, our previous strategic work plan for 2024-2027 was also developed based on a survey and a consultation paper. So, and then we have had to adjust it. So my question is, do we want to consider doing things? Definitely I'm in full support, but do we want to consider doing things perhaps slightly differently so that we don't find ourselves 1 or 2 years down the line after having started putting it into execution, finding ourselves in a similar situation? So this is my first point. My second point is if we do this jointly together with the audit board, which again, I am in full support, but my question is, are we signaling to the market that our responses will also be joint? And will we also be responding exactly jointly? Is it, what I'm trying to say is, are we sort of signaling a sort of commitment moving forward to work jointly with the audit board? And is this something, probably we should, but is there a certain commitment that we are somehow implying in this joint survey? And are we, just some thoughts.
Thank you very much, Rania. To the question, should we do this differently this time? Well, as chair of this board, I'm always open to do things differently. This is what's being proposed. I think that the joint survey does not limit our creativity and ability to, after the joint survey and the responses received, do whatever we want, because from there we will go, each one of us, into their own consultation papers, or if there are ideas about things that we can do different, it's more than fine. This is going to be probably the next topic, which is about more the process going forward. But thanks for raising that. The second question, yeah, I think I would defer the question to you, to this group, because the perceptions matter, and I think what you're speaking is about perceptions. Does it create, or is it intended to create a perception that we will go together, jointly responding together, and etc.? So
100%.
This.
Yes, 100% my question.
Okay, so personally I have been attentive to the words and even the way the sentences are drafted, not to mislead the stakeholders. The objectives of this joint survey have to be absolutely clear, and if they are not yet, I think that they should be made clear. It's about reducing burden, it's about making it more effective, it's about receiving input, information, which can be useful for both boards. But then, just to share with you, there was something with which we struggled as a working group, which was to see how can we at the same time receive information which is useful for both, and information which is specifically useful for each one of us. And that's why probably Rich is feeling some kind of, something's missing here, because there is nothing very specific for the IESBA. And of course we can and should refine, with your help, anything that is missing, and it's not fine. Now, with respect to the process, what is being proposed is that each one of us go with their own consultation papers and then with their own strategy and work plan. If there is anything in this draft, in this document, which tells you what's being planned, that, from your perspective, may mislead or create biased or wrong perceptions. So I think, of course, it's time, we are more than on time to address that and make it properly. But this is an important comment because it's about making sure from scratch, from the start, that there is no information which can be interpreted in two different ways in respect to how we want to address this. Thank you, Rania. David, please.
Chair. So I'll probably start by saying I share Hector's concern about VUCA conditions we heard about on Monday, right? So volatile, uncertain, etc. So I do worry a little bit as well if we go too quickly, that because the world is in such a period of uncertainty, volatility, and flux, that what we think is a priority today could very well shift in a relatively short period of time in ways we haven't necessarily seen historically, or at least within our lifetimes. So that's one thing I would just encourage us to really think about, the timing of when we do this and what topics in particular we put on given that. The second thing I would say is I absolutely share Mark's view on how we raise and broach the question of simplification, because simplification, and I think, Gabriela, you hit on it, so you were reading my mind, I think, with respect to the different audiences, because the first thing that went through my mind is the CFOs, for example, frankly speaking, are not going to care about the IESB, really. And we've got a large population of PAIBs in that group. So I think that's something we need to think about very carefully, but I'll give some suggestions in a second around how we can address it. So I think when we talk about simplification or accessibility, it could be a very different answer for the IAASB as it could be for IESBA. So we need to somehow think about how we are able to extract that difference for those different audiences, and that we don't necessarily assume that feedback given broadly applies to every stakeholder group, because that may not be the case. I think on the point that Rich raised, and I also share the view around, to me, and then maybe this gets into some thoughts around how we could structure it in terms of making it useful. So when I look at the two boards, there definitely are some areas in common. And we could frame those as common things, and that does two things. Makes it efficient, but also it sends a message broadly to the market and our stakeholders that actually we recognize this connectivity and this connection. So I actually think that's very positive. And then I think there are some topics with respect to the work plan that will be specific to the IAASB that won't be relevant necessarily to us, and vice versa. So perhaps in when we think about this joint consultation, we could almost frame it as, here's the joint things, here are the things specific to IESBA, here are the things specific to the IAASB. Maybe that addresses the fatigue issue a little bit, because it makes it very clear what it relates to, but I think it has lots of other very positive implicit messages as well. So those would just be some of the things that I would encourage us to think about so that we get meaningful information for both boards. The question around online, I think you all probably know the answer to that from me already. Absolutely, I support an online approach. It's easier, it's more accessible. The one thing we need to be thinking about is there a risk that we don't get feedback from regions of the world where connectivity is a challenge? Because there are still large parts of the world where connectivity is a real challenge. So we just need to think about, is that something we need to think through? Is there a risk to us, and if so, how much? And if not, fair enough. But if there is, then how do we mitigate that risk would be the other thing I would encourage us to think about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. So your point about time is well noted, and I share that concern, and we have discussed it at length, because it's really early days when we think about 2028, 31. It's like a life. On your other concerns or comments with respect to the differences between the audiences, yes, we have been having those discussions with respect to other things, you and I, but it's necessary to make it absolutely clear and to have it in our mind, because sometimes this focus on audits makes us forget that we have 80% or 70% of our stakeholders are not auditors, and so we need to raise this and address this properly. With respect to the online survey, we take note of your concern. I think that someone during the discussions raised something similar when we were discussing that at the level of the smaller group. The other thing, of course, it raises the need to address these questions appropriately, because it's when it's online, and if we treat the answers also with technology, we may lose something along the way. So we'll have time to speak about it. Ken, I forgot about you. Sorry, I saw you raising your 10th card, but sorry. No, there are still others, but you had your card. I don't know if you want to speak now or if you want to speak at the end.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to come back to the comment Mark raised earlier, Chair, and you indicated that maybe this, the comment that Mark raised regarding whether stakeholders believe there is anything in the code that they don't need, and indicated that perhaps this might warrant a bit more reflection around the board table here. I suppose my concern is be careful what the board asks, because if I were to just take an example, the board spent a lot of time and undertook intense discussions around the value chain provisions in the ESA, and stakeholders might come back and say, well, we don't believe these provisions are needed. Why don't you just delete them from the ESA? And taken to an extreme, any stakeholder could come back to say, well, we don't need beyond the first 10 pages of the code, you can drop the next 240 pages, because we just are very happy with the high-level principles, the fundamental principles, and the conceptual framework. So what would the board do with those comments? And I just wonder whether the question rather would not be something along the lines of, if you believe there is a need to evolve certain areas or certain provisions of the code that address specific issues, what might those specific provisions be, or what might those specific issues be that the board should consider addressing? And that might provide, in a way, an avenue for the board to revisit certain provisions in the code to see how effectively those provisions might be evolved to address the relevant matters. So I just want to maybe raise a bit of caution here as to how we articulate that question, because otherwise it might be very difficult for the board to really sort of come up with a response to that sort of question. Because at the end of the day, the standards are designed to be enduring constructs. They codify practices that the board would have deliberated extensively through the due process and so forth. So just be very careful with that sort of question.
Thank you, Ken, for raising those concerns, which are very right. I would say I don't have the experience of this kind of initiative at the standard setting level, but I have it at the regulatory level, and of course, where I saw it happening, for instance, the Nordic countries in Europe did a full review of the regulations and legislations to see what was not needed anymore. The European Commission has it in place since 8 years or something like that. But of course, it's not about we don't like it or we don't think we need it. If anything, it's almost has complex and structured process as the process of approving some regulations. It's assessing and analyzing if it's still necessary. And for instance, the northern countries in Europe, they sometimes come to a point and say, everybody is complying. It's not a problem. There is no issue. So let's delete the regulation. Or there are other considerations like it's not being used, it's outdated because it's addressing an issue which does not exist anymore. This kind of thing, so it requires consultation, it requires proper, strong reasons, and not I don't like the value chain. Of course, this would never proceed. But in any case, I think that we are still far from that. It's an idea that we should keep live. With these warnings from Ken very clear in our mind, the way, if we ever make that question, and I think this will take a very significant and robust reflection and discussion until we get there. If we ever get there, I think, of course, the question needs to be made in a way that does not open the door to anyone come and say, well, I don't like this and I don't like that, and I can live with only the principles, because I think it would never be the purpose. It would just destroy the building, you know. So, but I think it maybe can be, if the board wants a good conversation, and thinking about the workshop that we will have this afternoon, maybe it can be a start, this kind of discussions under the simplification or whatever. So thank you both, Mark and Christelle and Ken, for addressing this topic that I was not expecting, but it's very interesting to see it being raised. Chana, please. Sorry. Okay, Rania, please. Ravania.
Thank you. I fully support the comments made by Mark, but the comment made by Rich called my attention to something that I had not yet thought. I think it is very good that the boards work together. There are lots of synergy, but not necessarily the answers that IESBA needs and wants are the same that IESB is seeking for. So maybe a joint consultation, you make the consultation too large to be answered by the stakeholders. And we might end up with a lower level of responses for the questions of IESBA, because the great responses for IESB are the firms that will be looking for assurance. So maybe a better idea would be to have separate consultations, but a block of answers that are common for the both boards, and then we can work in the topics that we will be dealing in a common way.
Well, thank you, Vania. I think Chana, I don't know. Yohai, I think. Sorry, Yohai has been waiting for quite a long time.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm very much supportive for the proposal of joint survey to seek input from stakeholders at the preliminary step in the development of future strategic work plans. I hope that the key practical issues will be well understood in the stakeholder survey, and such work plan will be developed with priority given to key issues based on stakeholders' input. At the same time, also, it will be useful to have dialogues with key stakeholders based on the survey. And the other point is that the coordination with IESB is very important, so I welcome the proposal of the joint survey. I hope for the coordination with IESB, and this is the area with high expectation with based on the from stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Yohai. Chana, please.
Okay. So to Mark's point, I think we have the restructured code PIR coming up. So potentially, maybe a question could be drafted there to sort of find out about, are there, any issues with the restructured code. So we don't need to put it in here, but it could be something that could be queried in the post-implementation review of the restructured code to see whether there are any provisions. Do we need further clarification? We can ask a question there. In terms of Crystal's comment about narrow scope amendments, I would have thought that is available in the due process. I don't know, can correct me. But if somebody comes and from Australian perspective tell us we have an issue with this paragraph or 2 paragraphs, whatever, and if it's causing an issue, we wouldn't be, we would look at it and then, go through a proper due process. It doesn't have to have a major project to, look at that. I'm also worried about the time, that we are so far ahead to David's and I think Hector's points that, it could change in 3 months and we'll throw the whole thing out. So I think we would have to be smart and have capacity of, let's say, 30%, or I'm just picking a number here, where there's capacity to pivot as needed, even if we come up with a plan. I'm also not much of a fan in doing the joint survey because I feel, to David's point, that some people will get turned off as soon as they see that the Auditing Standards Board is involved because, I have dealt with, in developing standards, with mainly non-auditors, which is, 90%. If you take like people who are in forensic accounting, valuation, and all of them are turned off as soon as you say audit. They're like, no, nothing to do with me. You go and speak to somebody else. So I'm worried that that could be a turn-off in getting the others to participate. But, we'll have to be very careful in how we do the introductory paragraphs to get the support. So then maybe we have to have a pathway that if you are not an auditor, this is the pathway to go through this survey. So that maybe we can deal with it that way. I think we need to do our own external environmental analysis and work out what do we think is like, we have to have a rough position of what we think might happen based on, research, what are the things people are saying at the moment that might happen between that period 28 to 32 or whatever the time period is, because then we are presenting something, this is what we think and what do you think, rather than, them giving us a laundry list of various things to do. I think those are sort of some of my reflections. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chana. Thank you for reinforcing that concern that we need to properly integrate non-auditors in this survey and be able to attract them and to keep them with us instead of that reaction that you are anticipating. We had these discussions before. This was one of my main concerns at the start of this project when I saw the first drafts, because we really need to, even if it's a joint survey, we need to bring in what is important for us and cover our stakeholders properly. So clarity, at least, and a very well designed survey to make them feel included is needed. I think it's your point. Okay, Sadia, please.
So we are currently in a coordination role with IESBA. This is one of the monitoring group's suggestions that we do coordination. We're really good at doing it at project level, timing of communication, and joint communication. We know that a lot of effort goes between our two boards to coordinate, but a joint strategic action takes us from coordination to collaboration. And I think we mustn't lose that emphasis, that this would be a good signal to the market that we aren't just doing things together, we're thinking about things together. So I would like to emphasize that I am fully supportive of a joint survey. It was interesting I didn't have my card up, but it was interesting to hear other viewpoints about our different stakeholders, our different needs, and how this is going to impact us. And that's why a survey is quite clever, because in a survey you can say, do I want to comment on both the IASB and IESBA? And if you're not, then we tailor it for you if you are only interested in the IESBA strategy. So it doesn't take you through having to answer an IASB survey when you aren't a stakeholder to IASB, and we have a wider audience than the IASB, which should be noted and be clear. So don't burden the person who's responding. On a survey, I know this from personal experience, you might be an individual answering a survey and you might be a collective answering a survey, and I feel like we must bring that out so that when we see the responses from the survey, we aren't counting all surveys the same. So an organization, a committee might respond collectively, and that must be given their due. I liked Ranya's thinking about doing things differently, and this is one of those steps, and I'll leave that for the trends about doing things differently. I was also concerned about the timing. If you ask me for a survey for 2027, I'm not sure if I'd be able to put that out, and we're talking about 2028. So that's why I would emphasize the survey needs to be simple, more principles and not project or themes in terms of what we're expecting it to be, and we should be here to listen. A lot of people have reference to Mark, and I'm glad to see Mark's card back up, because I wanted to confirm that we were not just talking about what should we stop doing in terms of a code, but actually processes. Is there anything from our processes that people think that this is attention that we shouldn't be paying, or doesn't have the value we think that it should be having a value? And I think we shouldn't shy away from hearing what people think of our processes and the way that we have been doing things, and to be open to suggestions in a survey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sadia. Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, Chair. I support to do the joint survey together with IWSB. I think it will help to draw the interest of the investors. And also, I think the large trend that impact IESBA and IWSB should be common. But on the other side, I think we need to make sure that IESBA specific issues will be raised as well. I'm supportive about to do it online, but probably the investors, there will be less response from the investors. I think this doesn't mean that they are not interested in this topic, but like for the investors, there's no organization that can represent and respond. So that makes some hesitation to respond. So I'm not sure whether it works, but maybe we can. We have to at least follow up after we do the online survey and proactively go to the investors to hear their view. And maybe gathering the responses anonymously might help to get some response from the investors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomoyo. James, I had seen your badge.
Thank you. I just want to, I think it's difficult until you've actually seen and touch and feel the wording of the consultation, right? We have to kind of calibrate it. Christelle had the exact point. Survey. Well, we can easily get into consultation stage. And so here's my question. How long do we think we're going to ask respondents to complete the survey? The survey will take you 16 days to complete? Is it 20 minutes? So there's an accessibility to this process. Some groups and organizations will take it offline and respond by committee. But part of the opportunity here is getting responses that people are able to complete timely. In fact, we get more hard to get respondents, because they are not going to respond to a formal consultation, but they might respond to a survey. So I think it's, you know, we're going to slide very quickly into the topics that we want to consult on, but I'm just going back to Christelle's point, this is a preliminary technique to look at the top side marketplace issues, trends, things that are matter, things of commonality, and things that people can respond, I'd not say quickly, but at a high level, knowing that when we come back, we're going to have very specifics around the peculiarities. So I just want to, I think when you see the wording, it's difficult because you've not seen the construct. I've looked at your past survey, you're about 18 questions, and they're very answerable. I see responses by individuals, or I also see responses by components. So I think that will help us reduce some of our anxiety here when we see that construct, and bear in mind the consultation that follows. And that's the substantive piece. I think navigation for those that want to address IESBA, absolutely important. I think we will be able to address the navigation. The one thing I think is really clear communication. I look at the respondents that we've received before in our survey. It's, except for the individuals, that's the rich response, it's the usual suspects, right? And the usual suspects will respond to our survey irrespective of it's called audit or ethics. I think, Rui, I'd like to highlight that our ability to communicate and reach out and get these hard to access ethics interested individuals to responding will be our #1 gateway. And say simply, come respond. There's a space here for ethics, and it's very easily navigable, you know, so we can move that forward. And I just maybe want to just echo the point. I think it's fantastic wording, Sadeh, about these are the things that we want to be thinking about together. And I think that is your stepping stone to say that we then formulate our own responses as we go forward. But the message has been, are the boards thinking about matters of common interest where both boards may have a complementary role in solving that issue? And that was the #1 recommendation behind coordination. You two can solve a problem in a complementary way much more effectively than looking at it individually. Thanks.
Thank you very much, James. And Mark?
If I can sort of build on my earlier comment. We've had feedback that the code gets longer. And if you were looking at this from and the reason I said the challenge with a survey is that it's additive, is that people tend to tell you what they'd like you to do. If you're working in many jurisdictions now from a regulatory perspective, you work on a sort of one in, one out basis. So absolutely take Channa's point. We have the post-implementation review process. We can look at the effectiveness of what's happened before. But it's also an opportunity to think of, do we accept that we are in a process where the code gets inexorably longer because more is added into it? Or do you say, in order to put something into it, which is really important from a public interest perspective, are there things that you retire to create the space? So if you were in a regulatory landscape, you'd say 1 in, 1 out, or 1 in, 2 out, in order to do that. And I don't think that that is a bad discipline for the board to think about. I also just wanted to add from a sort of timing perspective, absolutely take the challenge. And, you know, Channa said we are a long way ahead, so that's a really positive thing. I'm just really struck by the fact that because we're a long way ahead, and because we learnt on Monday that everything is moving at a very rapid rate of knots, I'm sort of minded back to a comment that James made when we were talking about sustainability originally. And you said what you do is you leave yourself the maximum room to pivot. And I suppose one of that sort of gives me a question of, at the time when we're designing our survey and thinking about the strategy, there's almost a question for me, which is, how much resource do you ring fence and not commit to use because you know that things emerging from tech or AI or other things which have significant ethical implications will create work for this board. It's just that we don't know at the moment what that work is.
Thank you very much, Mark. I was looking at Rich. Rich, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Mark, I totally respect what you're saying, but I have a bit of concern. If we have something in the code that we strategically believe is obsolete, we should take it out. As I look at what's in the code and I look at the rapid pace of standard setting that has gone on since, say, 2020, in terms of what's implemented, projects that have been on the work plans, prior work plans for a while, some of them pretty big, like non-assurance services, fees, PI. I think we're going to be hard-pressed to say there's a lot in the code to take out. Now, whether there are simplifications, I get what you're saying there, but I think we should just, I don't think we should leave out what Mark's saying, but I think we have to realize that there may be some limits to what we can do there, which is also why, I guess having seen, this will be kind of the start of the third one, and I saw the end of the first and participate in a second one of these work plan developments. Our role is now heavily emphasized to be strategic in our thinking. And I'd like to suggest that perhaps the board needs to start having a series of workshops, to Chana's point, to develop our own view of the environmental factors, or what we think of them, and also to evaluate what we hear from others, but also to look at what's on the current work plan, what are the topics we think need some attention, maybe is the word I'll use, for future projects or to be on the strategic work plan. But also then in a later phase of these efforts, I think we need to be very careful about the words that go down on paper when we send out the consultation or the ultimate work plan, and whether we've had enough time to think almost from the end back. Where will we end on that project? Can we write a standard or not? Can we get the right kinds of application material, NAM? Where do we think we're going with that? What do we think the potential unintended consequences? I'm not suggesting this cost-benefit thing. I just think we need to have more. I think the fact that we're starting this early is really positive. I think we need to take advantage of that and be more deliberative around those things as we head to a final answer. Because, Gabriella, you said something very important in the beginning, I thought, which is some of us, many of us around this table won't be here when this plan goes into effect. And I know from my years on the board, we have suffered a little bit from legacy projects that are sitting out there that you kind of wonder how they got to such a detailed answer or how specific it was. I'm not saying they were wrong, but I've noticed we've had a little bit of a reluctance to take something off an existing or legacy SWP. And what I like about this process is I think if we start fresh and think through this in advance, we may not take anything off, but we'll be very careful about what we put on, that it's executable and it's actionable and it really addresses a public interest issue. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Rich. Wise words, as usual. And we are getting very late, but before we move to the next part of the presentation, let me just try to wrap up a little bit, because I think it's necessary to be clear about this amazing initial conversation. And thank you very much, because this board meeting almost would have been valuable just for this, all these thoughts, insights, and etc. It's a very good conversation. So I think that we can conclude that more or less everyone agrees. Some of you strongly, others of you can live with the joint survey. So I think that that's clear. Then there are some concerns with respect with this joint survey. First, to appropriately cover and direct and include the IESBA audience, specific audience, which are not only auditors, but all the others, and make them feel included. It's not only about including something there, which is something of interest for them, but make them feel part of this community and people that we are really addressing. Be careful about including in this survey elements, questions, provocations which are of interest for the IESBA, but also shows the respondents the possible action, intervention, etc. of the IESBA in some topics and some trends. The timing, which has been mentioned by many of you as a matter of concern, which I fully respect, it's early days. And of course, we could start 1 year after or something like that. That would not change much, I would say, because the world is moving rapidly. So that may, and from what I heard, have two consequences. The work that we will need to do ourselves, besides the survey, has to be a very significant one, reflection, process, etc. And that's the second part of the discussion. What do we need to do to get it right? Secondly, it has to be sufficiently enough open and flexible and agile, not to limit the usefulness of this strategy for the next ones. We need to be careful about not mixing up survey and consultation. The two different things. One thing is what we are going to ask our stakeholders in a consultation paper about this and that. Another thing is asking about trends and what in a more general basis. And we need to gather more information by other means and ways and have parallel ways of gathering the information. I think this more or less summarizes. And we have this question and this topic from Mark and also somehow addressed by Rich and Ken. Should we consider taking something out from the code or asking stakeholders if there is anything there that we don't need anymore or well, these kind of things. So with this, we are really late for the best reasons, and I'm going to hand over to Jeff for the next two parts of the presentation. Jeff, I would suggest that you go as quick as possible through the presentation to allow time for discussion about process and about the value proposition. I think it's mostly about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabrielle, and thank you for the board for already a very rich discussion. The next bit is on the information gathering. I'm just going to pass to Silvia just to quickly walk through and perhaps point to the questions, but we have already received some very good input in terms of information gathering, the need to talk to investors and perhaps stakeholders that are more relevant to our work. So we will certainly take a note of that. So Silvia, I'm just going to pass it to you perhaps just very quickly.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Jeff. So the next part of the presentation is really about the information gathering, supporting and complementing the survey. And this is, as Jeff mentioned, this is something that was raised by many of you. So given the importance of this joint survey, the working group and the staff intends to work closely with the SSB's communication team to develop strategy and integrated communication plan, including a social media campaign. So just to promote this survey and ensure that we can reach out to a range of stakeholders groups that you mentioned that potentially more important to IESBA than IEESB. So we believe that these extensive communication plan from both sides can be a great tool to promote the survey widely. But apart from the survey, the working group also proposes that the survey be complemented with further outreach activities. And these outreach activities could already take place before and after the issuance of the survey, and of course it would go on during the IEESB's and IESBA's consultation papers or the development of the consultation papers. And I think what have been discussed and what have been mentioned that these outreach activities could really complement the survey and ensure that we can have a more detailed, more layered discussion with our stakeholders as well, and to get information on emerging issues that potentially the survey wouldn't provide an opportunity. And these outreach activities could include, of course, the integration of the SWP and the survey program into the general outreach that we are already planning, or we can plan with targeted outreach with key stakeholders such as regulators, practitioners, or even, as we mentioned, the investors, so the users of the financial and the non-financial information, and the jurisdictional standard setters. And even in the next JSS meeting in November, we are already planning a joint session where we would introduce the SWP and we would talk about the joint survey with the JSS. And also, importantly, we plan further discussion with the SEC in October and, of course, going forward the next year, March. And if we can go to the next slide, please. Then that's what includes the questions we plan to ask your input to regarding the development of the joint survey and the communication plan. And I believe we already discussed that. And we wanted to get your input on the nature and the extent of the outreach activities, especially the activities that we can undertake to supplement the joint survey, and also your suggestions and input if there are any specific stakeholders group that we believe we would need to targeting. And as we have heard many good inputs on that as well already, I don't know, Jeff, if we would like to pause here to get any additional comments or continue going on with the next topic.
Thanks, Gabriela. We'll pass it back to you to see if there's any additional input. But I think we've received some good comments in terms of information gathering, but I'll pass it to you to see if the board has any additional feedback.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. David, please.
So I would say one of the sources of information we have, which is very rich, is all of the outreach we do, which many people have talked about already, the roundtables, the meetings, the conferences. So I think that's a really valuable source of information around what some of the topical areas are that we should be considering as part of our plan. I think the survey should supplement that as opposed to replace it, or perhaps validate it more broadly. So I would say that, and the one stakeholder group, which none of you are going to be surprised I'm going to say, is the preparer community. So all of the CFO community, the finance directors, all of those that end up having to deal with these issues, I think that's one constituency group we need to hear from more directly and more strongly. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Amajit, please.
Very quickly, I just wanted to, give some comments on 3B on the specific stakeholders. So non-PAs, of course, it has been mentioned already. I would also advocate for including SMPs, small firms. Just to give you a context from India, we have more than, I think, 425,000 chartered accountants today. And many of them are very small firms, so probably it's important to reach out to them. Preparers, as David mentioned, academics also, I would suggest. And one more point I wanted to make is that maybe we should strategically look at covering the top markets, where you could have some criteria of doing that, maybe the market capitalization, maybe top 20 markets which account for more than 80% of global market capitalization. We could probably cover more entities in those markets compared to the other markets. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Amajit. Chana, please.
Yeah, just building on, I think, my point, which Rich responded to. I think we need to do our own environmental analysis and come up with, okay, you can either use the PESTEL or SOT framework and then have a discussion, because that could make us identify some things that we think are useful. So not blindly asking stakeholders to respond. We sort of have some pathway forward, but then let the others add and make it a rich strategy.
Thank you, Chana. No more comments. So I fully agree with your point, which was also Rich's point, and I had already mentioned. The information that we will collect with the survey will be very important, but for the survey to be the right one and for the next consultation paper to tackle the issues and the topics that we need to address, we need to do our own reflection work, be it a SWOT analysis or whatever. This is like the ingredients of the cake, but then how to combine the ingredients in which proportion and how to make the flavor one way or the other. I think it's on us, and that takes research, and it always takes a lot of research, but at times, as the ones we are living in, when everything is changing so rapidly and so dramatically, it's even more important. So I think that we will need to combine the two elements of outreach, of course, speaking with stakeholders, doing workshops as Rich suggested if necessary, and etc. But then there will be a desk work of research and treating the information and taking conclusions, which is going to be very important. Jeff, back to you.
Thank you, Gabriela. The next part, we're going to look at the three components of what we propose, or the joint working group proposed to be included in the survey. Gabriela, given the time, I propose that perhaps we look at the joint value proposition and then perhaps we have a break, but I'll leave that to you. But let's look at the first part, is joint value proposition. The origin of this is, perhaps I'll just give it a little bit of context and then we'll go straight to the question, is that and Gabriela's mentioned earlier that in the May SAC meeting, the SAC had a fairly robust discussion on the value and relevance of having joint value propositions for the two boards. And they've also provided some feedback, including the suggestion that the two boards would really benefit from having a compelling value proposition that articulates our public interest role, independence, and our impact on different stakeholder groups. And so they provided us some feedback as well. Of course, as you read on the screen there, in addition to the benefits, we also recognize there are some challenges in terms of coming up with a joint value proposition, and we have already heard that in earlier discussion about the two boards, there are different remits, and it can be a little bit hard, but we recognize that. So I'm going to perhaps go straight to the questions in terms of this concept of joint value proposition. Essentially, we're asking the board for two main questions. The first one is whether you agree the two boards should develop a joint value proposition, and then with that, whether we should perhaps include any elements of that or draft version of that in the survey, or whether we should ask stakeholders what they think should be in the joint value proposition. And of course, if the board also have any feedback on if we were to develop a joint value proposition, what should be in it. So those are the two main questions that we want to hear from the board. So I'm going to pass back to you, Gabriela, to get some feedback. Thank you.
Very much, Jeff. With respect to your last point or topic, which is about whether we should include a draft value proposition in the survey, or rather ask what should be in the value proposition, I think that brings again us to the difference between a survey and a consultation paper. Survey is to collect information. It's not to ask if they agree with this or that or these proposals, right? That's my view. So I think that from what I heard here in terms of the need to differentiate one and the other, maybe, well, but this is for discussion. So, joint value proposition, views, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. I think it is a good objective to try to have a joint value proposition, whatever the way we do it. Is it by asking for some trendy input in the survey, or proposing something to be agreed, completed, or whatever the way? It is an interesting thing that would demonstrate the accuracy of being joint SSBs or by organizations, right? But still, just as we had the remarks that we have more stakeholders involved in what we do, that our scope is larger because of this number of stakeholders and potentially the aspects that we deal with. We have to be careful in not ending with a value proposition which is the minimum in common. And I would argue that from the IESB perspective, probably they fear that we end up with a sort of a skyline value proposition that they have difficult to find themselves in, not specific enough or something like that. So this will be a challenge that we will face.
Christelle, Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, Chair. I understand this value proposition is against the public interest, and the value that will be produced as a joint effort of IWSB and IESBA. So I think it's good to have a common value proposition, overarching one. But at the same time, IWSB and IESBA have slightly different limit. Like IESBA, what IESBA is doing is really a kind of raising the bar. The IWSB is doing to set the minimum standard, and I think that was one of the reasons why the PI issue happened. So I think it's good to explain the difference of both standard setting board as well in the value proposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomoyo. David, please.
So perhaps building a little bit on what Tomoyo said, when I think about value proposition, for the two boards, because we all agree there are different mandates, different stakeholders, we've got a different focus, the question I reflect on is whether or not we can come up with a value proposition that's anything other than 10,000 meters high. It's going to be so strategic in nature that I really wonder whether or not it would be helpful. So maybe there's a balance to be achieved around what level we set this value proposition for, because if we agree, for example, the value proposition is that we all act in the public interest, that's very easy to agree. Beyond that, perhaps it's a little bit more challenging. So I think we just need to think about how we reflect that at a level that achieves meaning as opposed to it's just too high level and doesn't really speak to the value proposition for either board. So those would be my comments.
I agree on the proposition for a joint value proposition, and the where I'm coming from is even in our A&I work stream, as we see, there are inextricable linkages between disclosure, assurance, and ethics. And we have to work with, ISSB and IAASB to get the outcomes that we want. So I think there is definitely, it is worth developing a joint value proposition. But let me also say that the remits are different of the two bodies, so that different remits, they can be captured maybe through some kind of a layered approach, where we first emphasize upon what are the goals and values that we share with each other. And then we also talk about the specific value proposition of each SSB. So what I'm saying is two-tier approach. First, you have a joint value proposition. Second, you talk about how we share goals and values with each other. And then what are the specific value propositions of each SSB. A little complex, but that's the way I see it.
That understood, your idea is that there might be a joint value proposition at a higher level than two value propositions. Well, we had already something like this for the definition of sustainability information, I believe. So, well, it's possible.
Middle path as advocated by Buddha. So,
Amajit, Hector?
Thank you, Chair. If we think about the value proposition as something that explains what's the benefit or promise of the organization, what makes it different from others, having a joint value proposition sort of dilutes what we are offering. I mean, you have the mission. Why is it that we exist? We have a vision where we want to go. And the value proposition is what differentiates us from other organizations. So we can have a joint one, and I asked ChatGPT to provide one, and it says, we provide globally consistent, principle-based ethics standards that regulators, firms, and accountants can rely on to uphold trust in financial and non-financial reporting, which is very good. But what I think is interesting is if we use the survey to ask our stakeholders what value we are contributing to them, where they see value from our boards, our work, and get the feedback from them. I think that would be very interesting.
Well, I think that might be a very good suggestion, and it might help us a lot, understanding what they think about the value that we provide and what they don't understand. Sunam, please.
Thank you. I support the proposal. In terms of the challenge regarding different stakeholders, limits, focus between the two boards, my suggestion is very similar to what Amajit addressed. I think we may consider securing a little bit of flexibility by developing a value proposition that consists of two sections, one common to both boards and the other distinct to each board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, very good contributions. I see here sorry, Rania, I hadn't seen your 10th card.
Thank you. So, I mean, I'm definitely, for attempting to develop a joint value proposition, but I think perhaps we should, give it some thought first internally together with the audit board, and then, try to validate it, refine it externally with our stakeholders. Just first of all, give it, I think we should go to our stakeholders with an idea of, we should be able to define internally what we think our value is. one, and then test it out with our stakeholders and not the other way around, so that our questions are more specific, more targeted. I would go for that approach. That's one. And second, very much to David's point, I think if we go in that order, we are, I mean, at least we will have some idea that, or some form of a confirmation that we are able to reach a joint value proposition. I mean, what if, and perhaps it's a very far-fetched possibility, but what if we don't feel that we can really reach a meaningful joint value proposition? I mean, we've had some issues previously with certain definitions, for example, with sustainability. So just to address that risk, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. I'll have many considerations to your point, but I will not share them now. I'm sure that we will have opportunities to discuss what I wanted to say, but we don't have time now. Shana.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so I'm also supportive of the joint value proposition, but it has to be like the first part, going to Amajit's layered approach. The first part will have to be high level, talking about trust in information and public interest, things like that, so that it could apply to both audit and non-audit environments, and then you will have the layered approach. In terms of what Rania raised, I am also of the mind that we have to go out with a draft. If we don't know how to define what value we are creating, then it's a problem. You know, asking stakeholders, what do you think doesn't work? I think we need to actually put up a value proposition and test it with stakeholders.
Thanks, Chana. You mean right now at the survey or later? Because one idea would be to put it out now with this, in the survey and ask for considerations.
Yeah, I mean, because it's...
The other idea could be to ask, as Hector said, them to tell us what are the values that they see with what we do, and then with that try to draft something. So there are two possible approaches.
I think we should put it out now, like draft the value proposition and put it out and test it with the stakeholders.
I like the idea of going with the value proposition, but I think the questions should be drafted in a way that we could be proven wrong in terms that we are leaving value, important value outside, or we are not providing value on something specific. I mean, I would love to have stakeholders saying what they like or what they don't like about us in a structured way. I mean, we need to do it professionally, but getting that value, which is not what we often ask. We often ask about comments on the standards, on the program of work. But if you're thinking about the value proposition, getting feedback from stakeholders and why is it that they trust us? Why is it that they come to us? It's super valuable.
Okay, thank you very much, Hector. Luigi, please.
I don't know whether, well, okay. I think that in order for the process to be effective, probably it is better not to have a, say, to have the stakeholders starting from scratch. Probably I would suggest to, if not writing the final value proposition, we believe it is the right one, and then to test with the stakeholder, at least to provide them the strategic line we believe are to be considered, or we as a board are considering in order to develop the value proposition, in order to get feedback and in order to inform the final decision. Otherwise, we could receive a variant variance of responses that could make our work even difficult in terms of understanding exactly the type of response. So I would not say that we need to go back to go with a final release, which is not the intent of the survey, but at least provide insights sufficient for the stakeholders to review and to provide further feedbacks.
Thank you, Luigi. Yeah. Well, I'll speak at the end. David.
A couple of things I was reflecting on is we've heard a suggestion of a layered approach. I find that a curious approach because for me personally, that doesn't reflect a joint value proposition. It's a separate value proposition. I almost feel like the 10,000 meter level, if just for lack of a better term, almost would sit at the IFIA level. And then each board would have its own value proposition, which might be this idea of the second level layer. So maybe something to think about, perhaps to bring IFIA into the discussion as well. And the other thing that's going through my mind are the words of Ken a little bit earlier when he said, be very careful what you ask for. And I think if we go out with something that's too vague, I think Luigi's right, we could literally end up turning ourselves into pretzels. So I think the suggestion that was given a little bit earlier, and I can't remember who gave it, so I apologize for that. The suggestion of going out with a proposal might be a good way of sparking conversation, but not a proposal that's so tight that it can't evolve. So perhaps when we go out with some suggestions, it's like, you know, maybe it's a poll survey around 10 things. Do you think these 10 attributes, or 5 or whatever, are important? And then we'll get some feedback and it'll say, well, actually, we think these 4 are really important for you. And that might help inform as well how we develop a value proposition. So rather than, hey, here's our value proposition, here are the 5 or 6 things we think are important, what are your thoughts? Maybe that will help evolve us as well.
Well, I don't resist, but I have mixed feelings, I confess, with respect to what we should do in this respect. Time ago, we discussed about our mission when we were approving the former strategy and work plan. And one conversation that we had was about if we should consult on what we think is our mission. And we concluded, no, this is our mission and we are the owners of our mission. Then the others may like or not like, but it's something which is very intimate. You know, it's our mission, so we don't consult if the mission should be this one or the other one. I have similar feelings. Maybe I'm wrong. I have not taken this thought until the end. I have similar feelings with respect to the value proposition. I think that we should get the information, the perceptions, the suggestions about the needs and etc., and then build the value proposition and not tell them, should this be our value proposition? So I feel a little bit uncomfortable about this idea that stakeholders will decide what our value proposition is. Of course, fully comfortable and in favor of receiving all the possible feedback and elements for us to build our own value proposition. So this is not the end of the conversation. I was trying not to influence, but I think that I needed to share these thoughts and make this reference to the discussion that we had about our mission. It's not the same thing, but it's not that far, and we were all in agreement that we do not consult on what our mission is. So, Nancy, please.
Thank you. That's a nice segue for my comments, Chair, so thank you for that. I think there's a very significant con to going out with a guided value proposition. The former auditor in me always felt that trying to audit the completeness assertion was the most challenging. So trying to seek input on something when you provide a guided view, you're going to get input on that view. You're not necessarily going to get meaningful input on things that are not in that presented view. And I think what we want to do here is to get insights on what we're not thinking about rather than what we're thinking about. And I agree, Gabriella, with your viewpoint, is those insights then guide this body to develop the value proposition. And it's insights, it's something to consider, and then we would then proceed to develop that. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Mark, please.
I suppose where I get to is that if you don't propose something, you have no value proposition. So in a sense, you have to put forward a statement, but you put forward a statement with view to allowing stakeholders to say whether they believe it to be true or false. So they help you enhance it through the provision of feedback. But if you don't propose anything, you have no proposition. You're just asking whether you should have one. And I think stakeholders expect us to actually understand what our proposition might be, and then they will help us through their feedback refine it.
Thank you, Mark. Do you still want to speak, Hector? Okay. Ken, please.
Just a quick reaction to Nancy's comment, really, and the way I sort of heard it is an either-or. In other words, the two options seem to be mutually exclusive. So either you go out with a draft articulation of the value proposition and that's it. You're not going to ask, is there anything that's missing? Or you just invite open suggestions as to how stakeholders would perceive the values that the two boards are adding. And therefore you take 100, 1,000 different ideas and you try to distill all those into an articulation of the value proposition. And in my view, I don't believe it needs to be mutually exclusive. The board can go out with a draft articulation and seek views on that draft, but also ask, is there anything that the board is missing from your perspectives? And to your suggestion, Chair, which I think is a very good suggestion, use the opportunity of the survey to collect the feedback, and then the two boards can work together to finalize the value proposition, and that would be essentially the end of the road, because this could potentially become an unending process of constant refinement, and we know how difficult it can be to draft by committee, and this is going to be two boards drafting what potentially could be just one paragraph, and this is going to be, it potentially could become a nightmare. So I just would caution the board as to proceed very, very deliberately, very intently, and with a sense as to what it is that the board would like to hear from stakeholders about insofar as the value proposition is concerned.
Thank you very much, Ken, to add this approach and perspective. So thank you again. I'm a bit concerned about the timing, but this is valuable. This is the kind of discussions that we need to have. So it's well used, this extra time. If I may try to wrap up the conversation here, there is a slight slower agreement around the development, or there are at least some concerns about how can we develop a joint value proposition. The concerns are about how high we need to go to achieve something which is useful and agreeable by all boards. We had that experience before. And if we go that high, if that is really the valuable value proposition that we want to deliver, and that the SAC recommended us to think about, because we need to, go out and demonstrate how valuable we are. So there were proposals to maybe a joint value proposition and then two sub-value propositions. This is a possibility. If I were to anticipate, I think it's where we are going to end. The question that we should ask ourselves if this is really a joint value proposition, or if we just pretending that we have a joint value proposition. So I'm not precluding any result or discussion, just trying to wrap up. And then this, if we agree on trying to achieve, because Rania used the word, I agree with attempting to have a joint value proposition, which I think should be our mindset. We are trying to see if this works. I heard many concerns here around the table, but we should try. And if so, what's the process? Should we consult on a value proposition, or should we gather, collect information to build our own proposition? With two kinds of concerns. Ken's concern is more that this might be an endless process to consult on our value proposition. Mine is more philosophical. We should be, as an organization, we should be able to tell stakeholders what our value is and not ask them what. This is. I see it as a very, very own thing, and demonstrating our ability of collecting the information and saying, okay, on this basis, what we have to offer you is this. But then, of course, I accept other perspectives, and this will be for discussion. Jeff, back to you. So I think that the last part was about the proposals, right? Or ideas, but...
Thank you, Gabriela. Next, we're going to go into the information gathering and an external factor. I just want to check if you want to have a break or you want to keep going at this point.
I think that it's probably better to have a break, but a short one if you don't mind, because we have a lot to do still this morning, okay? And then we can see how we can manage the rest of the topic. Okay, so let's break it until 11:15, okay? Thank you. Well, I'm sorry for making your coffee breaks a little bit shorter, but if you want to bring the snacks into the room, please, you are welcome. I think we are almost all here. I'll wait for 30 seconds and then we will start because we are already late. So if you want to go out and grab some additional snacks, please. Sadia? No, Rania? Sorry. And Paul? Okay. Let's restart. So thank you very much for this very, very good conversation that we already had. So I will hand over to Jeff without any other considerations for now for the rest of the presentation. We will take the documents as having been read. So Jeff will be very quick, Jeff and Sylvia, through the rest of the presentation, and then we'll have some questions for you. I think it's Sylvia who is now going to present, right, Jeff?
Yes, if we can have the slide deck back, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So in the remaining time, we would like to just go through the two remaining areas or topics that we propose to include in the joint survey. And one of them is the information gathering on the SSB's environment. As we have previously discussed, one of the key role and key objective of this joint survey to better understand the IESB's and IESB's environment, the future trend, or the trends, most explicitly the future trends that will going on and that will impact the SSB's works, that will become strategic drivers and would ultimately influence the strategic objectives and the actions. And as we discussed, some of the trends will be more relevant to one of the boards than the others, but obviously there will be areas and there will be trends where both boards can play a role and potentially can step up jointly. So that's why the working group is proposing that the survey include a list of these future environments that will impact or influence the SSB's work. And as Gabriella has mentioned, we already started some work on identifying these trends, but there is a lot to do. And the first step, as you may recall, back in March, we had a discussion with the SAC on the trends impacting the accounting and audit industry. And that discussion was based on a search with the staff, search of the resources that mentioning these recurring trends. And the staff took into consideration these trends identified and discussed by the SAC and the discussion we had with the IESBA back in March and in June. And we developed a list of these further key future trends that is currently included in the appendix of the document. And it's grouped around the emerging technology, geopolitical changes, and so on. So this is, again, one step further, but as Gabriella mentioned, we recognize that there are still some work to do, and our plan is that we will conduct additional structured researches to understand these key future environmental trends. And Chana already mentioned that the working group considered using a PESTEL framework potentially that provides us a good opportunity to have discussion as well with the key stakeholders. So I think I would just pause here and turn to the next slide, please, where we included the issues and information we would like to discuss with the board, but Recognizing the time or the remaining time, Jeff, maybe I will turn to you so you can identify that which are those issues and areas that we would like to raise for the board's consideration.
Thank you, Sylvia. So we're going to, again, gather the board's feedback in terms of the external trends. Before we do that, just to remind the board that we are only collecting or asking information here about external trends. Of course, there are some internal drivers that would, strategic drivers that would impact our work as well, but this is all about the external component. So you see the questions there. Ultimately, we want to get the board's feedback. Number one is whether you agree with the inclusion of some high-level trends in the survey, and of course ask our stakeholders what kind of trends that they see could be impacting our work in a few years' time. Noting the board's comments earlier about the difficulty and how fast things are moving at the moment. And if you have any feedback on the research that we're going to do, we've talked about earlier that we need to do our own research as well as jointly with IESBA. The other question we want to ask you perhaps is perhaps a more a summarized version of question 7 is if there's one trend or there's one thing that's top of mind when it comes to trends, if you could let us know as well, that would be great. So I'm going to pass those 2 questions. So with that, I'm going to pass it back to Gabriela and get the board's feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sylvia and Jeff. And the floor is open for comments and responses to these questions. Again, we are significantly late, but I don't want to preclude a good discussion about what's really strategic for this board. So please. Now, these 2 questions, right? So about inclusion of key trends in the survey. And for that purpose, the board members had been asked to provide here in the board what you consider to be the 3 main trends. Of course, I think we don't have time for that, and I don't want to force anything, but I'd be happy if you could, each of you, respond to the 2 questions at the same time, if you agree with the inclusion of the key trends in the joint survey. And, well, of course, suggestions about the structured research and work to be done, and what, in a word or 2 or 3, you consider to be at least the most relevant trend, if you have something that you want to share. David, please.
So, on the first question around inclusion of the key trends for both boards, it'll probably seem like a overly simplistic answer to some degree, but I would say yes to the extent that the trends and issues are the same. However, if there are differences in terms of what each of the boards needs to consider for its various work aspects or deliverables or strategic plan, then they should be highlighted separately as well. So in other words, we shouldn't exclude what we think is important if the IEESB doesn't think it's important as an external factor in the work we do. So I think we just need to keep that balanced and make sure that we keep an open mind. So perhaps coming back to what was said earlier, we develop our own, and then where there's commonality, great. Where there are differences, it's okay too. We just need to acknowledge that and make sure we can address it. Around what the trends are that I think are relevant for us, personally, I think, and we've talked about some of this already before, certainly technology continues to shape what organizations do, what audit firms do, what regulators do. I mean, it's really affecting everyone within our ecosystem. So I think that's one aspect. I think the second trend that's perhaps more pronounced now than it's been before, and I talked about it a little bit earlier, which is what they're calling now the VUCA environment, which is this volatility, uncertainty, complexity. I think that's another thing for us, because the complexity in particular is where the ethical risks tend to fall. So that's something, again, we need to think about, but I'm not sure that's dissimilar necessarily for auditors because they have to unwind it to be able to audit whatever they're doing for their respective clients. So that would be the second trend, I think, that's particularly relevant for us. And the third one that I see that, Gabriele, you've evoked a few times before and others have as well, which is the environment of deregulation. And the fact that there is a significant U-turn in a number of jurisdictions on commitments to not just standards, but to ethics and other things in favor of a pro-business environment, I think adds additional trend risks that we need to be mindful of. So kind of top of mind with those, and I'm sure I can think of others later, but those would be the three that come to mind as really important for us.
Thank you very much, David. Amajit, please.
I would probably respond to question 7 first, and more or less on the similar lines as David. So to my mind, technology, I would specifically say AI, deregulation, sustainability, and also the rise of profession-agnostic roles, as we are seeing in the context of sustainability assurance, and now in the context of CFO's stream of work also. So this rise of profession-agnostic roles will also impact our environment. So these are some specific.
Thank you, Amajit. The last one is mentioned something about CFOs?
No, that was just an example. So more in generic terms, the rise of profession-agnostic roles.
Thank you. Thank you, Amajit. Tomoyo.
Yeah, the three most relevant trends that I think is, as David mentioned, technology is the one, and the expansion of private market is the second. And regarding sustainability, I think the issue is that sustainability is important. I think this is a consensus, but whether sustainability reporting is really helping to sustainability, whether that's the information that the investors are expecting or helping to solve the sustainability matter is quite the challenge that the world is facing now, is my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomoyo. I think it's Paul or Sunam. I can't see. Sunam? Please.
Yes, mine is not significant. My view is not different from others. First trend will be increased use of AI technology in the wake of audit and financial reporting, in the work of the audit and financial reporting, and also PA's concern about their job security. This could result in difficulties in recruiting and retaining talented people. Second most important thing will be, as a result of geopolitical and regulatory changes focusing on individual jurisdictions' interest, there could be an increased voice against global standard setting or harmonization. Thank you.
Thank you, Sungnam. Sadia, please.
So I find it uncomfortable to think about what's going to happen in 3 years' time. And I was thinking about what would I bet on? What wording would I use that would stand the test of time? So the one that came to mind was speed of change. So it's not a new word. We've been talking about speed of change. It just feels like it's getting faster. And it would cover topics such as technology, adoption, regulatory market shifts, and things like sustainability, reporting, and business models, which are currently in our agenda. But it would also allow for us to think about a similar trend on the IEESB side, something that kind of allows us to match. The other thing that has come to mind is changes in stakeholder expectation. And I know we have an afternoon session on this year, but people are asking for things to be quicker, simpler, faster, and that expectation on what they want, whether they want standard setting, non-authoritative material, position papers, that's something that I think that will allow us to be a trend that we see today, but also see with time to come. And the last one is, and this is something that I've been feeling, it's pressure. We're kind of in a bottle of, there is the speed of change, different expectations, but there's this environment that we live in that we sometimes don't talk about, like the future of the profession, talent shortage, longevity of some of the things we do. And that pressure thing seems to be a trend that probably will be staying with us for a few more years.
Thank you so much, Sadia. Rania, please.
Thank you. So in terms of trends, so as not to reiterate everything that's been said around the table, but two things that come to mind. One, something that was mentioned yesterday by the audit board concerning real-time audits and real-time accounting. I mean, that could be a trend that impacts it's obviously an emerging trend that they are considering, and obviously it has to do with technology, but I think it's very specific. That's one. I think another trend, very much aligned with what Sadia just mentioned, I think it has to do with how information is consumed today. And the new generation, I mean, we have to keep in mind that the accounting profession, that the accountants they are used to consuming information very quickly, very fast. It's very accessible. They go to the internet and they find it. And I think we have to keep in mind that, especially if we are planning for 2028 to 2030, to keep in mind that, our standards meet also that requirement, so that, they are accessible and they really are fit for purpose, not only in content, but also in format. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Sadia. Sorry, Rania. This time I'm always mixing your names. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair. I know this is not something that everybody shares, but I really like the perspective of this board and the code to become professional agnostic in the future. It's an opportunity. I'm not saying we need to go there. It's a decision this board will take in the future. But if we cast our net only looking at the accounting and audit industry trends, since we want to fish for 5 or 6 more years, I think we might be missing trends that might be relevant if we start thinking about profession agnostic. So I would look at trends that go beyond the audit and accounting industry, because the paper here says in paragraph 21, the SAC discussed key trends shaping the accounting and audit industry. And I think we might want to look at financial markets in a broader sense. We might want to look at the functioning of trust in the economy. So we have more elements. I'm not saying that we're going to use them. Other people will make that decision. But maybe we want to have all the material necessary to foster that conversation if the time comes.
Thank you, Hector. Vania, please.
Yes. I'm in accordance to question number 6 of including the trends in the survey. And in my view, all the trends appointed are relevant, but in terms of prioritization, I would say that the regulation and technology would be the most important ones.
Thank you, Vania. Nancy, please.
Thank you. I would characterize first a trend. We've talked a lot about PE investment in firms, and I think this is just the beginning of a potential trend for changes in the way public accounting firms are organized, and that form of organization may be may change depending on specific service offerings. So you may see forms of organization that are more fluid than they are today. So not just PE investment, but perhaps firms having short-term collaborations and delivering something specific, or just these very fluid methodologies, because I think that there is this view that there are different ways of delivering services than perhaps has been done in traditional. If I were limited to three, my other two would be technology. First, just the technology that we've spent a lot of time talking about, and how do you evaluate technology if a PA is using it in the performance of audit services? What do the ethics of building AI technology and tools look like? But I think the other thing we haven't spent much time talking about is the transformative nature of the technology and how it will enable us to do things in ways that I'm not sure we quite imagine yet. And I'm thinking in particular about how I think it is almost likely going to reshape workforces. And the nature of the competencies that are going to be needed, the way that technology may very much take over responsibilities that are done by humans today and won't be needed going forward. So I don't know what that future looks like, but if I think about where I think we need to be paying attention to is not just use of the technology in the traditional ways we think about it, but what those outcomes, consequences will be of the transformational nature of, I think, what we're on the verge of experiencing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Richard, please, Richard.
Thank you very much, Chair. As it relates to 6A, and I think this is going to be a little bit out of the box provocative, but I would suggest we not list trends, that we ask the survey respondents to tell us what they think the trends are. And the reason I say that is everything, if I was looking at 7, I'll come back to that, but I'm not sure I'd add much to what we have, but we haven't yet developed it collectively, robustly as to what we think the trends are. But we might find some things that we have in common when we get that feedback. We also might find some things we don't follow the same way. But if we tell them what we think the trends are, I think that tends to bias the response to say, yes, those are the trends. And so that's my reason for that approach. I know that maybe not be what the two standards, the plan was originally. I don't have a comment on the research. The one last thing on 7, all the topics I sort of came to the meeting with have been covered more or less. But as I reflected on what we heard Monday, if in fact many of those presenters are right, and this builds off of something Hector said, it appears to be that there is a trend that users of financial information and investors are seeking more trust or confidence in the processes and the information they get. And I'm not sure that's new, but there seemed to be, it was a noticeable reference to that by particularly the ministers and the commissioner and some of the other speakers, that they clearly had that in their planned remarks. So maybe that's one that if we do include them, we can figure out a way to include something around what's driving that, as Hector said, and what else is in the environment that's pushing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rich. Nancy, do you want to still want to speak? Okay. Jeff, if you allow me, I'll try to wrap up and make some considerations and then give the floor back to you. So thank you so much for another very, very good and substantive round of conversations. From these three questions, the one that is of more attention were the one about the trends. So, but I think that everything is related. Let me try to summarize this. So we had a lot of topics, but very consistent, I think, across the table: technology, VUCA, deregulation, sustainability, profession agnostic, private equity, talent attraction and retention, and the difficulties and pressure, speed of change, how information is consumed, how technology is transforming a lot of things, including workforces, if I could read you, Nancy, search for more confidence and more trust, and mostly on how the process of delivering financial information is. This is a wrap. So from here, I think that I can conclude that this board, with these suggestions, suggests that the trends should be to consider should not only be specifically trends on financial information and audit and etc., but wider ones, which are economic, political, technological, societal. We see a few of them here. For instance, the example of how information is consumed, or how this is transforming workforces, or how the talent attraction and the retention is being. So this points to me, again, to the need to take all these and do a SWOT analysis or a pastel analysis of all these based on the different areas, societal, economic, political, technological, and come with some conclusions from that analysis. And this somehow, to me, responds indirectly to the question about how are we going to collect information and come up with something. It's about collecting information, it's about working on the information, and categorizing and the risks and the trends and etc., and coming up with something. So I think that we may conclude, and then there were no comments almost about whether to include or not include the trends, apart from Rich, I think, who said, I'm not that in favor of including the trends, we should ask. So this is a question which remains a little bit open. I tend to agree with you personally, but I can easily think differently if there are arguments, strong arguments. I think that we should not preclude the respondents from coming with new things that we haven't seen. And I have seen, I must say that some of them, or most of them, I expected them, but a few things that were said here, I was not expecting them, and it's an eye-opening to us. Just an example, the idea of how information is being consumed, and we should not leave that aside, because this is a very important trend that we cannot ignore, that people do not consume information the same way they used to do, and so things like the length and complexity and the way information is presented and drafted and etc. has to be probably completely thought again. Jeff, does this help? Do you think that you have the information and the conclusions, and you and Sylvia to move forward with the IESBA, of course, with this?
Yes, thanks, Gabriella. We still have one more little bit after this on the work plan, but the working group and staff, of course, will certainly continue to work on this. And as you've mentioned, Gabriella, we will do the next level of, we will do more analysis and looking at the risk and opportunities of some of these potential trends. And of course, as we already have mentioned in the board meeting earlier, at the end of the day, it's up to the two boards and this board to look at what are the trends that are relevant as we develop all the strategic components of our, as we develop our strategy that we will put into consultation paper. So perhaps we'll move to the next part. Just very quickly on the work plans, and I'll just ask Silva to give us a very brief, I guess, summary, and we'll go straight to the questions. Thank you.
So the final topic in the joint survey proposed to be a section on the work plan. And as we have discussed, these key trends would turn into strategic drivers that would impact or influence each board's objectives and strategic objectives, and eventually the future project and activities. However, the working group believes that it would be really premature to include information or ask stakeholders' feedback from these potential projects and activities. So there is no plan or no suggestion that the strategic survey include these points. However, we believe that there would be a benefit in asking stakeholders' input on the areas or the potential topics where the SSBs both have a role to play and potentially step up jointly or address areas jointly. So regarding these final section of the strategic survey, the work plans, the working group proposed that these include an overview of the remaining areas or remaining project, or describing how each SSB is progressing its current plan, so the previous SWP plan, and also include a joint section on the connectivity between the board's future work. So that would be the final section in the joint survey. And if we can go to the questions, I think we would just like to get your input whether you agree to include a section on this work plan and its content, and whether that would be a good opportunity to ask stakeholders' input on how the two boards can work together on the future. And I think apart from that, Jeff, maybe if we can also take the question from or get the board members' input on whether there is any other areas that they suggest that we cover in this joint stakeholder survey. So back to you, Jeff.
Thank you, Sylvia. So we've got those couple of questions there. Number one is whether the board feels that it will be helpful to get feedback in terms of what are the topics that where both boards have a role to play, and that should be undertaken jointly. And the next one is if you have any thoughts on the working group's proposal not including any potential work plans at this stage, given that we still want to, from this survey, we really just want to get a sense of the trends that may impact our work, and any other thoughts you may have about the work plan component of the survey. So I'll pass it back to you, Gabriela.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Christelle, please.
I think we should appreciate the risk of sort of rolling down the hill. We want to ask for advice on trends, input on trends. So unless we would present how our present working plan is coming from the identification of trends in our previous strategic work plan, so that it is an illustration of where we are and how it was influenced or nurtured by the trends. There you put an illustration. We are going to do something with your input, so it could be beneficial. The other way would say, well, we are asking you for trends and we sort of report back, but it seems a little bit disconnected for me if it's not related to the previous trends. Then asking now, when you ask trends for the long term, to stakeholders to put some advice on what we should do together, I don't understand the matter here. It's a different exercise, if I may say so, and we should be careful in not undermining at what level we want them to be. But the illustration of what we do with trends, how it transforms and where we are. That can be very pedagogical.
So your point is that until we have the trends identified, we should not be speaking about work plan, right?
Well, it's, if I understand well, here we are saying we are sending some proposition for trends, asking for their input on that, additional trends they see, and then we offer some information and ask them to analyze our work plan, present work plan, which I feel is a different exercise unless we are giving them some feedback so that they understand what we have done with the previous exercise of getting to them for trends.
Okay, thank you for clarifying, Christelle. David, please.
So I would say on the joint work plan, quite candidly, I think between the two boards, when we see the survey feedback, we can figure out what's joint and what's overlapping. I'm not sure we need a stakeholder to tell us that, if I'm really honest. So on that one, I would say we can do that. I wouldn't ask the question. On the second one, so on the second one, so Jeff's specific question, do I agree with the recommendation from the working group? Yes, I agree. I think we open the question to what would they like us to talk about, and then we consider that as input in what we formulate the work plan to be, which will then go out to exposure. So again, I think it comes back to something that you summarized a little bit earlier, Gabriella. It makes sense to me that we formulate our own views. This is just an input into that conversation and those views. So I tend to agree with the recommendation for us not to be specific, and let's collect the feedback and we can consider it later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. And yes, and that reflection on the information that we receive must be done in the light of the trends that we identify. Because for me, it's a little bit strange to speak about work plan and projects if we are asking what are the trends that will shape our strategy. So I think that we may be putting, you know, the horses ahead of the car, but yes, we can collect some information and then test it against the trends that we will identify as being the most relevant ones. The question is how useful this is going to be, because we may end up with an incredible amount of proposals to address I don't know what, which is not necessarily shaped by the trends that we have identified as being the ones. But okay. So thank you very much. Jana, sorry.
Yeah, so just working off something Christelle said and what Rich said earlier, I think we should also look at our current work plan and sort of see, is there anything we might not be able to do by 2027? And then to what Rich raised, is it still relevant? And are we going to sort of then postpone it to the next period? And like, I don't think we can put any potential projects at this stage because we are asking them for the trends. So we are jumping the gun. If we sort of try to say, and here are the projects, then they will ask, why are you asking me about the trends if you have already decided what to do? But I think we have to sort of evaluate the 2024 to 27. To your point, Chris, is there anything that we still want to, you know, carry forward or we have not been able to get to because of what has gone on?
Thank you, Chana. I think I agree fully with that. David, please.
Thank you. So maybe just bouncing off of what you said, Chana, I think it's completely reasonable, if I'm honest, to ask what are the trends we should be thinking about, and then go on to say how should we address them via specific projects. That seems logical to me as a thought process, so I don't see them as mutually exclusive or ones that can't follow on. And to me, as I said earlier, it just becomes a source of information to inform us. It doesn't commit us. It's just something we need to be thinking about relative to what this board thinks and what this board wants to prioritize. So I'm less troubled, but I think you need to do it sequentially. Don't ask about the work plan first, then the trends. Ask about the trends first, and then further down perhaps is, hey, what projects do you want us to prioritize in light of what you've said to us the trends are we should be thinking about?
Okay, thank you all. Jeff, I think that we are almost there, right?
Yes, just to round that up, just to let you know that the joint working group will spend some time, and staff will, as we collect the feedback from both boards, then we will work on presenting the joint stakeholder survey at the December board meeting. There is a joint plenary session for the two boards at the December board meeting, so we will have an opportunity to discuss the draft stakeholder survey, both in our own sessions, but also later on perhaps in the joint session as well. And at this stage, our aim is to have the joint survey released in Q1 2026 with a 90 days comment period.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. I suppose that there are no comments about this plan. I would just, before we close the session, ask Janine, who must be with us online, if Janine wants to say something or make any comments on the PIOB behalf.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, a very good discussion. It's of course a very important topic, and also good that you're timely thinking about future work plan or strategy work plan. It sounds like far away, but time flies, and it's very good to start thinking about it. I think that we think it's a very good way forward, both with the joint survey and a joint value proposition, as the SEC advised. And a joint stakeholder survey demonstrates and further drives cooperation between both boards and enables the boards to obtain more integrated responses from stakeholders. And at a later stage, based on survey responses, it could also be considered whether the board see merit in also looking at other joint work efforts in relation to the strategy and work plan. So we think it could also be considered whether it's beneficial to have a joint IESB and IESBA session in December to discuss the way forward, including whether or not and or how to consult on the joint value proposition. That was debated, how to do that and what would be the best way forward. It's of course also good to do that jointly, but maybe also with the full boards, also to show and demonstrate that throughout your regular quarterly meetings that you work collectively on this. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Janine, for your words. So I think that we will close here. Let me just reinforce something that was said here today, and that I think that needs to be front of mind to all of us, which is this idea that we need to include all stakeholders. And this should be a concern from day one, that the survey is drafted in a way that it's not just the others who are not auditors are just an optional extra or something that we need to say something about them, but they must really feel included, because otherwise the result may be that first we don't get the information that we need, and secondly that it creates a perception that stakeholders are not interested in what we do, which, well, I don't need to mention, but look at the conference on last Monday and we see how much interest there is. But we need to capture their attention and their interest in the right way and not go on only one way. We are deciding to do a joint survey. The board support it, but we need to make this be truly valuable and not just an artificial joint thing, and not force the limits beyond what is really valuable to try just to come with something which is joint. So At the end, it must add value and not dilute the value of anything that we do on both sides. And that must be a concern and a consideration across all this process, not to lose anything along the way. Thank you, IESBA board, for this amazing conversation. I'm truly happy with this, and this is the kind of conversations that that translates how strategic we are becoming, and what the board should be doing in terms of providing strategic input, feedback, and advice to the staff and to the team to proceed with the work. Thank you, really. And with this, we will move to the next topic and the last one from this morning. We are running almost 1 hour late, so I don't know how we are going to solve this, because we really need to start the afternoon workshop timely. We will shorten the lunchtime for sure, but since we are going to have a big dinner, I hope you forgive for that. So this last topic this morning is about the PIR, the 2 PIRs on the NOCLAR standards and the restructured code. As you will recall, we made the decision to start this project and even to anticipate a little bit the project. And the reasons were obvious, because namely on both areas, we are being required to look at it and do something. So Cam and Joanna have been working on this together more recently with the 2 board advisors, Hector and Sadia, who are helping them driving this. And today, I think it's a very initial discussion about the project that it's starting, the PIR that it's starting, and about the terms of reference that Cam and Joanna will kindly present. And without anything else, not to make you spend more time on my words, Cam, Joanna, thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriela. I'm cognizant it's 12, so we'll try to aim for by 1, if possible, so everybody can also have some lunch before the SMART workshop. So as Gabriela mentioned, the project team is Joanna and myself, and we have 2 board advisors, Hector and Sadia, over here. So Hector, Sadia, feel free to chime in or add on at any point as well. Okay, so what we wanted to do in our session today is to provide you with a brief walkthrough of the key changes introduced by, firstly, the restructured code, which was approved in December 2017, and also NOCLAR, approved in April 2016. It's been some time ago, so we want everyone to be clear on what these consist of. Importantly, we will also provide an overview of the proposed plan for these PIR, and that's where we would really like to seek the board's feedback and views for us to finalize the plan and really develop the public survey to be discussed in December. So,
sorry, Cam, for interrupting you. Of course, we'll try to make it as short as possible, but that should not preclude the conversation. So I think that if anything we can use tomorrow, we'll have a little bit of time, because we don't have to go through the sustainability approval. So don't rush too much.
Thank you. And so with this, I'd just like a brief reminder for the board that in June, the board revised its strategy for the remainder of 2025 and 26, with one of the key focus areas being on undertaking post-implementation reviews. So as a result of this, the PIR for the restructured code, which was initially planned for 2016, was accelerated to this year, and to be taken concurrently with the PIR on NOCLAR. And so work on both PIRs, the planning of both PIRs began this quarter. Now we will walk you through briefly through the restructured code and also on NOCLAR. So on to you, Joanna.
Can you hear me? Thank you.
So we will present now the overview of the 2018 restructure code arising from the structure project. The 2018 revised and restructure code was not just about the structure project, though that is the one we and the PR will be focusing on. The structure project introduced the new structure and drafting conventions, a clearer split between requirements and application material, simpler language, and increased prominence of compliance with the fundamental principles and the application of the conceptual framework. At the same time, several other projects were integrated into revised and restructured code. It was the Safeguards project, revised safeguards provision to be better aligned with threats to compliance with the fundamental principles. It was also the applicability project that clarified and added guidance for PAPPs that relevant PAAB's provisions also apply to them, and the professional skepticism project that added new application material on professional skepticism and professional judgment, highlighting the need and including guidance that PAs should understand facts and circumstances when exercising judgment. So, why did this structure project start? Many stakeholders found the old code difficult to use. Long, complex sentences and unclear drafting created barriers, especially for small and medium practitioners. Regulators and oversight bodies questioned the enforceability of provisions and wanted clear accountability. PAs said that the structure made it hard to distinguish what was mandatory versus guidance, increasing compliance risk. Translation challenges and inconsistencies across jurisdictions made adoption and convergence more difficult. The overarching aim was to ensure the code is understandable, enforceable, and usable, thereby strengthening confidence in the profession. So what is the structure project, or what are the key elements of the restructure? So one, setting out the ethical outcomes for the PAs by linking fundamental principles and the detailed requirements, putting emphasis on the centrality on the fundamental principles. This was done by reminding professional accountants and firms of their overarching obligations to comply with the fundamental principles, to be independent when relevant, and to apply the conceptual framework. In the following slides, we will see that this overarching message is reinforced throughout the code in the general sections and in the introductory paragraphs to other sections, emphasizing the overarching requirements by making clear that compliance with the fundamental principles and independence, where applicable, are not optional or secondary. They are the foundation of the code. These obligations sit above and guide all specific requirements, ensuring the code retains its principle-based nature. Secondly, distinguishing requirements from application material. Here the improvement is the clear separation between requirements, which must be followed, and application material, which provides context, guidance, or explanation. This distinction improves enforceability and helps users navigate between what is mandatory versus explanatory. 3, increasing clarity of responsibility in relation to independence, emphasizing that all individual PAIPs and their firms are subject to the independence provisions when they perform audits or other assurance engagements. It also strengthens the link between independence, the fundamental principles and the conceptual framework, making firms and individuals' obligation more explicit. And finally, increasing clarity of the language. The 2018 code uses simpler, shorter sentences, avoids legalistic terms, and reduces ambiguity. Examples include consistent use of may as a permission versus might as a possibility, and clear headings to identify which provisions apply to all audit clients versus public interest entities. These changes aim to enhance readability, usability, and facilitate translation across jurisdictions. And how was the project developed? In 2012, the structure working group was formed. In 2014, the consultation paper was issued. It sought input on how to improve the code usability. The restructuring project objectives were to enhance clarity and usability without changing the meaning or weakening provisions. The stakeholders' feedback supported the need for clear structure. The project was carried out in 2 phases. Phase 1, 2015-16, with an exposure draft number 1 issued in 2015, focusing on new structure drafting conventions, and then phase 2 in 2017, remaining parts of the code, including NOCLAR. And exposure draft 2 was issued in 2017. It referred to final revisions addressing wording consistency and the drafting approach across the full code. The final code approved in December 2017 was effective in June 2019, improves readability, separates requirements from guidance, and incorporates key revisions such as safeguards or NOCLAR. We will develop more on the key elements of restructure in the following slides. On this slide, let me focus on the general sections of the code. Sections 120, 200, 300, 400, and 900. Those examples extracted from the 2018 code indicate increased prominence of compliance with the fundamental principles and applying the conceptual framework. This is made through a general requirement for the PAs to comply with the fundamental principles listed in section 110 and apply the conceptual framework in the section 120. So, as a reminder, section 120 applies to all PAs, section 200 to PAIBs, 300 to PAIPs, and independents in sections 400 and 900, PAIPs performing audit and other assurance engagements. On the other hand, with respect to the remaining sections of the code, those sections are not including requirements, as we saw on the previous slide, but emphasize compliance with the fundamental principles and application of conceptual framework in their introductory paragraphs. For example, as you can see on this slide, section 270, pressure to breach the fundamental principles, or section 320, professional appointments, and also the section 510 on the financial interests. Another part of this overarching message to comply with the fundamental principles and apply a conceptual framework is the explanatory material added in how to use the code section. The guide to the code was added as part of the restructuring to help professional accountants better navigate and apply the code. It functions as a roadmap showing users how the different parts of the code fit together. Its key features is purpose and organization of the code that explains how the code is structured, and it's structured into parts, sections, and subsections, and highlights how that each section has its own introduction for context. Then requirements versus application material clarify the distinction with R paragraphs, mandatory requirements, and A paragraphs, application material giving guidance and context. Conceptual framework reinforces that, it underpins the entire code and must be applied across all circumstances, not just in isolated situations. Interaction of different parts shows how provisions for professional accountants in business, in public practice, and for the independents interrelate. It ensures users see the code as one coherent system. Clear distinction between requirements and guidance. As we said before, one of the most significant changes is separating mandatory requirements from explanatory application material. These distinctions directly improves enforceability and usability. How it works? So requirements marked with an R before the paragraph number. These are obligations that professional accountants must comply with. They represent the enforceable standards, and Rs should be standalone and not make references to the application material. On the other hand, the application material, marked with an A, right after the paragraph number, provides explanations, examples, and context to help apply the requirements. Not mandatory in itself, but supports correct interpretation. As benefits, it removes ambiguity between what I must do and what helps me to do it. Strengthened regulators and oversight bodies' ability to enforce compliance and makes the code easier to read and apply consistently across jurisdictions. Increasing clarity of responsibility, the restructuring clarifies who is responsible for compliance, particularly in areas relating to independence. This reduces uncertainty for both firms and individual accountants about their obligations. The increased clarity of language relates to clarified and consistent use of may as a permission versus might as a possibility. The code distinguishes between permission and possibility. May is used when a professional accountant is permitted to do something, and might when describing a situation where something could occur or a threat might be created. This ensures clarity and avoids misinterpretation of professional obligations. In B, reduced use of generally necessary and guidance on professional judgment. The guidelines caution against vague qualifiers like generally or normally. Such words blur whether an action is a requirement or just guidance. Instead, the code now provides factors to help professional accountants apply judgment based on facts and circumstances. This enhances clarity and avoids over-reliance on ambiguous phrases. Also, headings and subheadings were updated to improve navigation and readability. Short descriptive headings indicate the subject matter clearly. For audit independence provisions, all audit clients introduces common rules, then separate subheadings, distinguish non-PIs and PIs. This structure makes it easier for users to find what applies to them. In the point E, you can see clarity about which provisions are for all audit clients versus PI clients. One of the key improvements is clear separation of provisions. Provisions that are now structured to first apply to all audit clients, and specific requirements for public interest entities are then placed afterwards. This ensures proportionality, recognizing higher expectation for PI audits without confusing them with general requirements. And finally, building blocks approach. The code now uses a building blocks approach, so the part 1, fundamental principles and conceptual framework, applies across the entire code. Other parts 2, 3 4A and 4B reference back to part 1 instead of repeating its content. This avoids duplication and emphasizes that the conceptual framework underpins everything. It makes the code more coherent and efficient to use. The code now uses shorter, simpler sentences and avoid overly legalistic and outdated terms. The goal was to make code easier to understand, translate, and apply consistently across jurisdictions. On this slide, you can see the distinct parts of the code. It begins with overarching part 1 that applies to all professional accountants. It introduces the fundamental principles and the conceptual framework and explains how the conceptual framework is to be applied. Next, the requirements and the guidance for PAIBs have been moved earlier on in the restructured code to part 2 to allow for better flow of the code and to highlight the applicability of the code to all roles. Part 3 and 4 are directly aimed at professional accountants in public practice with general requirements for all practitioners being found in Part 3, including conflicts of interest, fees, inducements, NOCLAR, and then the specific independence requirements follow in Part 4A, which relates to audit and review engagements, and Part 4B, which deals with other assurance engagements. Then, at the end of the code, you find glossary for the entire code. Note that this architecture follows a building block approach. Part 1 applies to all, Part 2 builds on Part 1 and develops PAB role, and Part 3 and 4, A and B, also build on Part 1 and develop the PAIPP's roles.
Thank you, Joanna. Got it? Okay. Thank you, Joanna. And if I may suggest, Chair and board members, if we run through the NOCLAR overview first and then take all the questions and comments, and importantly, your views at the end of this session. So with NOCLAR, a quick briefing on why we had the NOCLAR standard. The NOCLAR project was launched in 2010. This was the result of a number of key considerations, among them being, firstly, a number of large-scale accounting scandals that happened in the early 2000s, including Enron, WorldCom, etc. As a result, there was a concern that auditors and accountants might sometimes be, firstly, either turning a blind eye to what they see, and in this case, I'm reminded of the polling that we had in the financial crime panel on Monday about roughly 50% of accountants possibly being aware that something had happened in their organization. And then back to the concern, but there was also a concern that auditors and accountants might be hiding behind their professional duty of confidentiality within their CPA codes or the IESBA code, or simply resigning from their assignment or engagement without the NOCLAR being appropriately addressed. Additionally, there was strong pressure from the regulatory community to examine the ethical expectations of an accountant when they do face NOCLAR. So how this project was developed, it extended over 6 years. There were 3 global roundtables, 2 exposure drafts, and a number of extensive outreaches before it was finally approved in 2016 and effective in 2017. What it is it's a response framework for all professional accountants to be able to guide them to make the right decisions and take the right actions in the public interest when they identify actual or suspected NOCLAR. So we've been using this term NOCLAR just as a quick reminder what it stands for, non-compliance with laws and regulations. And what this is any act of omission or commission, intentional or unintentional, that is contrary to the prevailing laws or regulations and that is committed by a client or employer, those charged with governance, management, or other individuals working for or under the direction of a client or employer. So what kind of laws and regulations are we talking about here? We're talking about those laws and regulations that have a direct effect on the determination of material amounts and disclosures in the client's or employing organization's financial statements. Additionally, laws and regulations that are fundamental to the operating aspects of the client or employing organization also have impact on its ability to continue its business or will have impact on them potentially having material penalties. What we're not talking about is matters of personal misconduct or those that are clearly inconsequential. So the code does have a list of examples of laws and regulations that are covered, and it's extracted here, which I won't go through. So the objectives of the NOCLAR standard. Up front, at the beginning of the NOCLAR standard, it reminds professional accountants that when faced with NOCLAR, there could be a self-interest or intimidation threat that is created with the PA's compliance with the fundamental principles when they're facing NOCLAR. Furthermore, it is re-emphasized within the NOCLAR section that it is within the PA's responsibility and it's a distinguishing mark of the profession for it to accept its responsibilities in the public interest. Then, when responding to NOCLAR, the professional accountant's objectives is threefold. Firstly, complying with the fundamental principles of integrity and professional behavior. Secondly, alerting management and those charged with governance to enable them to rectify, remediate, or mitigate the consequences of the NOCLAR or deter potential commission of the NOCLAR. And finally, to take further action as may be appropriate in the public interest. The scope of NOCLAR applies to all professional accountants, whether or not they're in public practice or in business. There is a differential approach, however, based on the different remits and spheres of influence and level of, and position of the PA. So, for example, auditors and senior PAIBs will be held to a greater public interest expectation than, for example, other PAPPs or more junior PAIBs, essentially due to their position in the company and how influential they are in the organization. So what is this response framework introduced by the NOCLAR standard? It's principles-based with a three-step approach. Firstly, obtaining an understanding of the matter. Secondly, addressing the matter. And thirdly, determining whether further action is needed. So sounds pretty simple, right? Let's go into the understanding. So the first thing, we'll go through this for auditors specifically. Obviously, there's other categories of PAs, but for auditors specifically, we'll go through this. Understanding the matter for auditors, that includes understanding the nature of the NOCLAR and the circumstances in which that NOCLAR has occurred or might occur. And when might the auditor become aware of NOCLAR or suspected NOCLAR, and that's in the course of performing the audit engagement or through information provided by other parties during this process. Depending on the significance and nature of the matter, the auditor might also consult on a confidential basis as needed with others within the firm or with legal counsel. And as part of understanding the matter, the auditor is also required to discuss the matter with management or those charged with governance as appropriate to firstly clarify the auditor's understanding of the facts and circumstances and its potential consequences, and also prompt management or those charged with governance to actually investigate the matter. So in the second response framework, this is addressing the matter. This involves the auditor advising management to take timely action, again, to rectify, remediate, or mitigate the consequences or deter the non-compliance. Furthermore, it's also prompting management to really disclose the matter to an appropriate authority when required or in the public interest. It's important to note here that the auditor must comply with applicable laws and regulations in this respect. And that includes requirements around reporting no CLAR to an appropriate authority and the related requirements to that. And that might differ from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Whether or not there's any prohibition on alerting the client, for example, anti-money laundering legislation might include that. And any prohibition with respect to disclosing confidential information that's been gained throughout the engagement. We also want to emphasize here that while the auditor should have an understanding of the laws and regulations relevant to them, they are not expected to have a level of knowledge that's greater than what is expected to undertake the engagement. So determining whether further action is needed. This consists of two elements. Firstly, the auditor should assess the appropriateness of the management's response to the non-compliance, whether or not management has actually addressed the no CLAR in a timely manner, whether its investigation has been adequate, what steps have been taken, and whether or not disclosure has been made to an appropriate authority. Based on this assessment, the auditor then determines whether further action is needed in the public interest. And we'll go further action could mean disclosing to an appropriate authority by the auditor itself that there is this no CLAR. And secondly, it could mean withdrawing from the engagement. Now here, I just wanted to pause on what do we mean by further action in the public interest? And that's where there are wider public interest implications of the no CLAR. So this means that this no CLAR would result in substantial harm to investors, creditors, employees, or the general public. And meaning that there are adverse consequences to any of those parties in non-financial or financial terms. And this could mean, for example, fraud resulting in significant financial losses, breaches of environmental or public safety laws, which mean an endangerment to the health or safety of the public. So further considerations of whether or not the auditor should take further action to disclose a matter to an appropriate authority in the public interest, that constitutes of three elements again. So firstly, in terms of the IESBA code, disclosure of a matter to an appropriate authority is in fact allowed within the fundamental principle of confidentiality if the auditor has reason to believe that that no CLAR constitutes substantial harm. And secondly, as we mentioned, the substantial harm, there are factors within the code that help the auditor identify that. And furthermore, there are several external factors. Whether or not there is an appropriate authority within your jurisdiction or within that industry where that matter has been, where that no CLAR has been committed, who can actually act and take action, and whether or not there is credible protection for the auditor from civil, criminal, professional liability and any retaliation. So for example, the existence of whistleblower laws, and whether or not there are actually threats to the physical safety of the auditor or others. So there's quite a bit of consideration and determination to be made when considering whether or not to disclose to an appropriate authority the matter of no CLAR. So with this, that was a quick whirl through of the no CLAR standard. And so we have a little bit more time left. And Joanna, maybe I'll pass it to you to run us through the proposed plan for the post-implementation review we plan to undertake, and then we'll pause and take some questions before lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Cam. Thank you, Cam. So the PIR aims to assess whether the no CLAR provisions and the restructured code are being consistently understood and applied as intended. It also seeks to identify practical challenges and determine what actions may be needed to address them. Importantly, we need to understand the root causes of any issue raised. It is not enough to identify issues. We need to understand why they arise. Root causes may include misunderstandings or misapplications of requirements, lack of clarity in the standards, questions on specific standards or their application. There can be gaps in education training or organizational policies. Understanding these causes helps determine the right response and recommendations for way forward. Fundamental clarity issues may require narrow scope revisions to the code. Common questions on application may be addressed with guidance or questions and answers rather than changing standards. The goal is to ensure PIR outcomes lead to practical target improvements that enhance understanding and consistent implementation. The PIR is about understanding both the what and the why behind implementation challenges to guide practical and proportionate actions. The proposed objectives of PIRs were informed by review of various standard-setting boards' previous PIRs, consideration of the updated due process, and coordinated with IESBA staff. They are currently conducting PIR or on ISA 540, which has also commenced in quarter 3 2025, ensuring that there is a general alignment in objectives and approach between IESBA's and IESB's PIRs. So the scope for the restructured code focus is here on structure and drafting enhancements from the structure project I presented before. It does not cover other revisions from safeguards, applicability, or professional skepticism projects. This focused approach aligns with the original purpose of the structure project, which was to enhance the clarity and usability of the code, rather than revisit all prior revisions. Then the scope for NOCLAR will cover all sections 260 and 360. It will also consider consequential implications for section 114 on the confidentiality and section 115 on the professional behavior. Staff proposes a three-part approach for the PIR. First, the preliminary information gathering. It consisted in understanding the adoption landscape and any implementation challenges in jurisdictions. We draw on existing historical data from IFAC and other PIOs, from jurisdictional standard setters, and inspection reports from regulators and oversight bodies. This phase will lead to inform the public survey and guide targeted outreach. The public consultation will consist with the launch of a survey questionnaire on the IESBA website in January 2026. In developing this survey, staff will consider significant matters raised during the NOCLAR and structure projects, the matters raised in PIOB public interest issues from June 2025, and areas of assessment and emphasis from the strategy and work plan 2024-27. Then the targeted stakeholders outreach will consist in engaging stakeholders across geographies like Africa, Americas, Asia, Pacific, Europe, and Middle East. Engage the following categories of stakeholders like PIOBs, PIOs and firms, regulators and oversight bodies. Investor community input will also be sought. To support planning, staff recommends that the board issues a communiqué in quarter 4 2025, to raise awareness of the upcoming PIR outreach in 2026. sufficient time will be allowed for planning and engagement throughout the remainder of 2025. So on this slide, you can see the proposed timeline, which is the following. Q3, developing objective, scope, approach, including coordination with IWSB, seeking IESBA views on the proposed approach. Then Q4, issuing awareness communique to alert stakeholders of upcoming PIR's activities and begin to plan a targeted outreach. Starting from the beginning of 2026, the launch of public survey, conducting targeted stakeholders outreach across various geographies and stakeholder groups. And then in the Q3 2026, analyze the feedback from survey and outreach, draft PIR report summarizing findings and recommendations, and finally in the Q4 2026, finalizing the PIR report with recommendation to the IESBA that might include no further actions or one or more on the followings: further information gathering, standard setting, or development of non-authoritative materials or other initiatives. So to understand the adoption landscape and implementation challenges for NOCLAR and the restructured code, staff has reviewed multiple sources. IFAC data on adoption of the 2018 code, which includes NOCLAR and the restructured code. The 2018 code has been chosen as reference because it contains both NOCLAR and the restructured code, and it is IFAC's benchmark for SMO4 compliance. So SMO4 compliance, relates to the requirements of an IFAC member organization which respect to the IESBA code. Based on IFAC data covering 142 jurisdictions, 104 jurisdictions declare, adopt, or use the 2018 code. With respect to the jurisdiction that indicated did not yet adopt or use the 2018 code, the barriers include legal restrictions, like, for example, confidentiality laws affecting NOCLAR, or jurisdiction-specific requirements. They might be translation needs or lengthy regulatory approvals delaying adoption. The 2024 Global Adoption Snapshot as of December 2023 shows that 26% refer to the code directly, 32% require translation, and 43% use a convergence approach. The convergence approach is, for example, gradually eliminating differences to align national standards with international ones to adopt the code which can lengthen adoption timelines. It is to be noted that the preliminary gathering shows a mixed picture for NOCLAR adoption with some carve-outs. The large part of data we had access to relates to GSS RFI's reported information collected between 2018 and 2020. This information has been summarized in the appendix 2 to the agenda item 9A. So on this slide, as an example, the applicability of NOCLAR, for example, we choose India, can be resumed as follows. In case of employment with listed entities, the applicability of NOCLAR extends there to senior PAs who are employed in listed entities. These include directors, officers, senior employees with significant influence and decision-making authority. So basically, in effect, the provisions apply to key managerial personnel of listed entities. Also, NOCLAR in India applies to audit engagements of listed entities. For professional accountants in practice, NOCLAR applies during audit engagements of listed entities. Specifically, it covers entities listed on recognized Indian stock exchanges with a specific net worth. So I just wanted to add that in the agenda paper appendix 2, you can find some more examples and of NOCLAR applicability. For example, in Japan reported adoption of NOCLAR in 2 phases for PIAPs in 2018, and for PIIBs, it was planned for 2019. However, due to jurisdictional confidentiality rules under the CPA Act, reporting NOCLAR to an authority was excluded from Japan implementation. I'll pass to Cam. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joanna. We would just like to emphasize here that the adoption of NOCLAR really varies by jurisdictions based on their laws and regulations and various carve-outs. So thank you to Deepa, who helped us with some understanding on the India landscape, and also to Yohei, who provided some context on the Japanese landscape. Cognizant of time, I just wanted to get the board's feedback on 3 elements: the proposed objectives of the PIR, the proposed scope, and the proposed approach along with the timeline. So I'll leave it on the objective slides and pass it to you, Chair, to moderate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cam and Joanna, for the comprehensive and very useful presentation, and also for trying to make it as succinct as possible. I think that this background that you are providing is extremely useful for the board to understand what you are speaking about. Most of the people around the table were not there, including me, when these 2 projects were developed and finalized. Of course, we know what we are speaking about, but it's important and interesting to see why this has been done, how, what it entails, what are the obstacles, and etc. This lays the ground for a good conversation from now on that we will hold over the next few times. But for now, it's mostly about your questions, so I'd like to go around the table, not around the table, for who do want to chime in, to see if you have questions and what are your initial thoughts about this proposed scope, objectives, and timeline, if I may say so. Mamajit, please.
So thanks, Chair. It's a good presentation, and I think it's a good initiative as well. So I have no problem with the proposed objective and scope. So what I wanted to comment on was there's a kind of a disconnect, if I may call it, between the objective that you've set out and the way you will go about doing it. So I'll just draw your attention to the first bullet. So what you're saying is consistent implementation and the effective implementation. Basically what you want to check is consistency of implementation across jurisdictions and how effective they are, because you want to see whether the purpose for which those provisions were brought about, they've been achieved or not. So this is what we call in the assessment parlance level 3 implementation. So what I'm trying to point out is that you need to bring in probably more rigor, more depth in terms of how you do it. And I'll just explain that in a minute. One way is that you simply do the survey and you take the responses on the face value, analyze them, and put it out as your finding. So that may not be a true reflection of the consistency check and the effectiveness check. So you need to probably go beyond. And what do I mean by that? Unless you do some independent verification. So what I'm saying is, if you follow the approach, trust but verify. We take your response on face value, but we also independently verify. And how do you verify? You will ask for some evidence of implementation. if you say you passed a law, can we see the law has been passed or not? Can we get the evidence of that? Can you point us to see that law has been passed? Then in terms of implementation, after the law has been passed, has it resulted, what are the outcomes that we are seeing on the ground? Is there an enforcement metrics, which shows that the number of enforcement actions have actually come down? Number of ethical breaches have come down. Maybe hard to get that data, but I'm just giving the example. So all that I'm saying is, in terms of the methodology of doing this assessment, it is important to go a little deeper, ask more questions, ask for evidence, do independent verification. And also another point I had, and 2 points actually, 2 more points. Are we thinking of some benchmarks? I mean, will we say you are implemented, fully implemented, partly implemented, not implemented? Will we get into that sort of grading? Maybe not, but I'm just raising a question. Then, we also need to have some sort of a handle on the stakeholders whom we will reach out to for doing this survey. Because we just, we need to know not just from the legislative bodies, I mean the bodies who are actually creating that law, but also the users of that law. So unless we control that population of stakeholder whom we will approach, you may not really get the true answer. So I'll just give one example and I'll pause with that. So IMF used to do this FSAP exercise earlier, full-scale FSAP, and I've been part of a couple of FSAPs in India. It was a very detailed exercise. They'll come and talk to us, then they'll go to the market, they'll talk to the market participants, and they'll just not take us on the face value. And then they'll give their, they'll benchmark us against the principles, whatever principles they've, assessed us against, and then they will give their recommendations and the roadmap. It has to be a positive exercise. I'm not saying we are doing a fault-finding mission here, but we need to identify the gaps in implementation and then suggest a roadmap as to how you go about doing it. A lot of points, but I just thought I'll mention this. Thanks.
Amajit, for your contribution. Your experience in this area is really welcome. And just like we will need to learn from others, learning from you, it's going to be extremely important over this process. Thank you very much. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. So broadly, I'm actually okay with the objectives. I think they're really clear. When you talk about implementation, and this comes back to something we talked about earlier, when you think about stakeholders don't like CFOs, for example, so preparers in business, because this clearly applies to them, they don't think about it from an implementation perspective. They think about it from just, do I apply it? So be mindful when we talk about stakeholders of the language we use, because implementation to me is more, you would look at the audit side, whereas the preparers would say, well, do I just do it? So it's more about application. I think I'm a little bit challenged by something that Amarjeet said, and I completely understand the regulatory perspective, but I can tell you from a preparer perspective, if you start asking for evidence, you will shut down conversation in a heartbeat because they won't want to give it. So be mindful around what the ask actually is. I totally understand the trust and verify from an audit perspective or regulatory perspective, but for businesses to open up, they need to feel that it's a safe thing to do, and they need to feel that they can just be open and honest, but keep in mind that they will want to manage that. So we need to be mindful about how we get the feedback, so how the questions are framed and what you seek to get out of the questions, I think will be really important. If they're asked in a way that they can relate to and that they understand, they will be honest and they will actively engage. So I would say just be really mindful about that. On the timeline point, I have to be honest, I find that really long. So 90 to 120 days feels very long to me. It might be that we think about something more along the lines of 60 to 90 maximum, because remember, we're not asking them to assess a new standard relative to their business model. We're just asking them, do you do this? And perhaps some clarifying questions on how, what does that look like? So if they're actively doing it, they can answer that much more quickly. So I would reflect a little bit on that. And then one last point I'll make on the joint approach with the IAASB. I'm not sure what that means relative to NOCLAR other than the profession. So on the professional, like PAPs, I get that. But anyone that's a non-PAP, I don't quite understand what the coordination would be about per se. So maybe just something to think about.
I could just clarify the IAASB point really quickly, because both IAASB and IESBA are undertaking PIRs. The subject matters are completely different, and the audience is also different. But taking a step back, what we intend to do also at the end of, by next year, is to develop a general framework overarching both boards for undertaking PIRs more generally. So we have aligned what is the intention of the objectives and an approach, as opposed to the very specifics of each standard or population. So it's a general framework for how we undertake PIRs.
Thank you very much for the clarification. Kam, Sungnam, please.
Thank you. Thank you for presentation. In order to clear more about what's within or outside the scope, I'd like to ask a few specifications. Firstly, we have heard the feedback many times that code, in particular independence provisions, is too lengthy and hard to understand. I wonder if this feedback will be considered as part of this PIR. The next question relates to Part 5, IESA, which mirrors Parts 1 to 4. I wonder, provisions in Part 5 are subject to PIR for restructured codes and NOCLAR. If an issue is identified about Parts 1 to 4, there will be the same issue to be considered for Part 5. Lastly, we have had a lot of lengthy discussions in connection with communication requirements on NOCLAR, such as required to communicate or required to consider communicating. I wonder this communication issue will be addressed during the PIR. Thank you.
Thank you, Sungnam. Rania, please.
Thank you. So I think, I'm definitely in support of this. I would add, and probably very much in line with what Amarjit was saying, but I would recommend, the board to try to assess the impact of NOCLAR by asking, for example, some questions as to how NOCLAR issues have been resolved, how many times has the auditor basically been satisfied with just communicating the situation to those charged with governance? How many times have they actually, gone beyond and to disclose to the concerned authorities? How many times the NOCLAR has been resolved to the auditor's satisfaction, or they have, just withdrawn from the engagement? If there is any information that we can gather, for instance, about if the auditors felt more confident, more empowered because of NOCLAR to take certain actions, if they have any information as to the sort of harm that has been averted, it would be nice to understand the actual impact of this important standard and how it has really benefited the public interest. I think it helps, first of all, to understand, us to understand the value of our work, our stakeholders to understand the value of our work, and moving forward also to guide us as we do further work on this and others as well. So.
Yeah. We need to be clear about the purpose of PIR, and I understand that is to check whether the provision what the provision achieved, aim to achieve is with the status of that. So whether there is an effect or of that the provision. So we need, as everybody is saying, we need to check the effectiveness based on evidence and data. Also, once we, after we do the post PIR and this, if we aim to revise the code, we need to check whether the cost and benefit of revising the code, because again, changing the code may have will require additional cost. Regarding about the version of the code that is applied in various countries, I think maybe there needs to be some version control to clarify which version the country is applying. Thank you.
Yohai, please.
Chair. With regard to NOCRA, is it important to understand how disclosures to appropriate authorities is applied and the practices in each jurisdictions? And this is similar to the Sundam's point that if information related to NOCRA in IESBA could be obtained through the PIR, it can be beneficial for an A&I project sustainability. So it may be a good idea to coordinate with A&I project. Thank you.
Hi. So I don't see anyone else. Sorry, China. Sorry.
Yeah, I think we have to be quite clear on the scope, because listening to it, it's getting bigger and bigger. I think if we are saying a standard is starting in December 2026, we can't do a post-implementation review now. So I would leave part 5 out of this, because otherwise I can see the team sort of going in circles. And then I think we need to think that when we say adoption, I think we are looking at either a national standards setter or a professional accounting organization, because depending on the jurisdiction, or there's a statutory authority like the UK FRC. So it should be quite easy for us to, approach the relevant body in that country and get the information whether you have adopted or not. And to Amajit's question, most of these bodies have the standard on their website. So if they have done it, it's done. So I'm not sure to what extent the team needs to do anything more after that. Because if it's adopted in that jurisdiction, you could ask a general question whether, have you experienced any challenges in the adoption and implementation process. Because remember, even on issues of NOCLA, some of them, even if they have been raised through the professional accounting bodies, these are confidential matters, and it will be the information that even they could give would be very limited. So I sort of caution on, we might need to have the project scope right, otherwise I can see the team sort of going in circles and spending a lot of time when the approach should be, very targeted at the institutions in that country, that what is the right institution that issues the standards.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to well-functioning NOCLAR, my guess is that it prevents events from happening. You talk to those in charge of management and you avert a crisis, you avert a scandal, you avert. Going back to Amajit, I think it's going to be hard that people tell us those stories. We are not going to get a lot of information about, oh, yeah, with this company we averted this big, it's like prevention. You don't, people in charge of prevention of fire never get a medal because they only are noticed when there is a fire. So I'm worried about setting the expectation that we are going to assess sort of a level 3 implementation on nuclear. I'm worried about that, especially for the team and the level of research and investigation they will have to conduct.
So no, just a reaction to what Chana said. So I thought here we are trying to be a little more ambitious than just checking on the adoption. Adoption story you already have from IFAC, I guess. If I read it right and if I understand it right, you want to do a consistency check. Whatever IESBA thought of, whether the law which was brought about was consistent with what we had thought of, A. Second is, you're not stopping with that. You want to see the outcomes on the ground because implemented in a manner that achieves our intended purpose. Our final purpose is to see the change on the ground. So whether the outcomes were consistent with, and then you have to get into the issues like, fine, a jurisdiction adopted the no cloud, but it was just there and it was never used. In the sense, was the law really enforced in case of a non-compliance? How will you know that? Unless you have some deep dive into it. So if it is just an adoption check, let's change the scope here. We are just checking the adoption, that's level 1, that's no big thing. But if you want to be more ambitious, then the methodology has to be tougher.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Kane and Joanna, for the presentation. This is an aspect that interests me tremendously because Brazil just adopted partially nuclear, and that's something that we are trying to revert currently, and so we are pretty much interested. I think that maybe some kind of wording can make all the difference between a country, a jurisdiction being able to endorse nuclear or not. And it's such an important regulation. So thank you, and I'll be fully supporting the work they will be doing.
Thank you very much, Vanya. Do you still want to?
Yeah, so to Amajit's point, I think we can have some qualitative discussions with, let's say, the National Standards Setter or the Professional Accounting Association, but I think there might be limits to what we can get from it. And for example, if you go to a preparer and say, have you implemented nuclear, they will have no idea because it's the national body that implements it rather than a preparer. And the other thing we need to be mindful of is IFAC's mandate on adoption and implementation, because they have their own process of asking each PAO to what extent has it been adopted and implemented in that jurisdiction. So we have to be mindful of where we go there.
Okay, thank you very much. Chana, David, and this is going to be probably the last one I take because it's becoming a little bit unmanageable.
Really quickly, for the preparers, it would be the PAIB specifically we would have to go target to ask them, how do you do this within your organization? And that, to your earlier point, the scope is quite big, so we'd have to be very thoughtful about that.
I didn't want to.
Oh, okay. Does that work now? Okay, that's better. Okay, thank you. So, yeah, there are various comments that have been raised around the table here, and maybe we don't have time to go through all of them. And in fact, I would have left it to Cam to respond to each and every one of them. And maybe, Cam, maybe what we could do is, if we're able to have half an hour on Friday, in fact, I think there is a bit of time that's carved out for the PIRs on Friday. If we could come back to the board on the different, let's say, aspects that have been raised, questions, concerns, so that we are able to provide a bit of direction to the board as to how the project team is going to move forward on the different matters. Suffice to say is that there is going to be a need to proceed very carefully in terms of how we're approaching the PIRs based on what we've already heard around the table. Chana, maybe I take your comment maybe as the easiest one, because it's just kind of very fresh, given that you came in last amongst the board members. Your comment about the who is responsible for adoption? Yes, absolutely. Tracking adoption, absolutely. The primary role to track adoption of the code is essentially IFAC's role when it comes to documenting the status of adoption. That said, I think there is a need for this work stream to understand the extent to which the standard has been taken up at the jurisdictional level, whether it's been fully adopted, whether it's been partially adopted, and if it's partially adopted, for what reasons. And we need to understand the root cause of the partial adoption, because it may well be that jurisdictions do not fully appreciate or understand how the standard is intended to operate. Because just to give an example, in Brazil, at least as far as our understanding goes, the reason the standard has not been fully adopted is because legislation is not yet in place to provide a safe harbor for public disclosure to public authorities. And that is not the way the standard is intended to operate. The adoption of the standard is not predicated on there being a safe harbor in the local jurisdiction. Whether or not you have safe harbor, the standard will work perfectly well, because the issue of public disclosure is conditional on there being legal protection. If there is no legal protection, the standard doesn't force the PA to still go ahead and make public disclosure. So that should not be, the absence of a safe harbor in the local jurisdiction is not reason not to adopt the standard or to carve out the provisions that deal with public disclosure. The provisions can still be adopted because it is a condition. If the condition is not there, the provision doesn't operate. But if at some point in the future, legislators decide they will put in place the necessary safe harbors, the provision then, in effect, becomes operational and it becomes effective and it can be applied. So there is a bit of an education that needs to happen, and that's why I go to the point about understanding the root cause, and that's why it's important also for the board to understand the landscape of adoption, who has adopted and who has only partially adopted or who has not adopted, and what are the reasons behind that. So there's many layers to the onion, so to speak, that needs to be peeled so that there is a full and comprehensive understanding of how the standard has been adopted. And important to Amojit's point, there is a need to really understand how the implementation has happened on the ground, because this is not about understanding just adoption, but it is understanding whether the implementation has operated in a way that effectively achieves the different aspects of the standard. How has the issue been escalated? Do the provisions addressing escalation operate as intended and have users been able to understand, et cetera, et cetera. Right, so I think what we will do is, I think the project team will collate the comments and come back to the board on Friday with, let's say, some responses to those comments to enable the board to kind of understand how we're going to move forward. Thank you.
Ken, for these last words. I really believe that we need to stop now, but I think that it would be useful if tomorrow we could save some time to continue this discussion. I'm not sure that the working group has all the information or the considerations from the board that you need to continue. Anyway, this is an extremely important topic. The discussion focused more on OCLA, but I think that there are also considerations to be made on the restructured code that it would be important for you to listen to. This is also, I fully agree that we need to understand why, when it's not being implemented or it's partially implemented, the why it's extremely important, because it can be very different reasons of different nature. It can be because it's not possible, it can be because it's not well understood, and these are two completely different things, or it can be, I don't believe it, but in some cases, because they don't feel it's necessary, these same objectives are addressed in a different way. I don't think this is the case for NOCLA, but it can be for other things, so I think that these questions should be made and try to understand. Also note that this is a topic that may be evolving. The underlying reasons for NOCLA principle, like it is evolving with whistleblowing, etc. The EU and the United Nations is on this topic, and it was one of the topics they brought to the big conference last July in Seville about new architecture structure, because they truly believe that this client privilege that some professions like auditors, lawyers, etc. Use and have, rightly, have to be well balanced with the public interest, and that may have to be need to be override in some circumstances, and this is becoming a recurrent conversation. And so there are a lot of things that need to be taken into consideration here, but I suggest that tomorrow we use the half an hour that we had on our agenda for the sustainability part 4B, because it was approved yesterday, so no issues, to continue this conversation, if you agree. Okay? So, and now I don't know what to do. I think I'll give the floor to Rui to guide us through the timing, because we were supposed to start the session at...
The board would like some lunch before moving to...
So, yeah, but you have to...
So the lunch will happen first. It is a shortened lunch for 45 or 40 minutes. If I could ask board members to not eat at their desks, because there's going to be some rearrangements of desks and so forth. But if you could take your plates either to the back of the room, or there's a room at the end of the, where the ladies are. There's a smaller room, so you can be seated there. Yes, and take your computers as well. So if you can, yeah.
And we will be here at 2?
Let's say 2 o'clock. Let's aim for 2 o'clock. Yeah.